Put it on YouTube, brother.
Oh
Yeah, we're
yeah,
going
dude.
straight to YouTube.
No worries, man. I'm
Yeah, you can
used
go
to
ahead
it.
and text your people too. You can, like I said,
Yeah.
I just tagged you in
Definitely.
Twitter, letting everybody
I
know.
I
Yeah.
did put the YouTube link in our Discord, Drex. If you want
Okay.
to copy that and grab that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Let me see.
Hmm,
But anyways,
Uh,
I'll take myself out. You guys have fun. How do I do
we'll
this
try.
without?
We'll try.
Wait, how do I do this without? Um,
You
okay.
click the side of the there.
there it is. All right. Let's go ahead.
Let me signal boost this thing to
Open.
my one and only peep.
Of course. Yeah. How is my feelings doing?
He's fucking busy, man.
Yeah. Isn't everybody right now? Right.
He is knee deep, not to mention neck deep into like corporate life.
Isn't that the pits?
He is zero social media. Like he doesn't have a Twitter account.
He's a smart man.
He's not even looking at. He's not. He's like, I've got too many troubles, too many worries.
Yep.
You deal with this shit. I'll
right.
just.
Yeah. He hops on. He's like the DH, right? He's your designated hitter when it's like, all right, you just tell me when and where I need to be on. But Meff, I'm glad to have you on. First and foremost, I'll let you plug your stuff because I've been on your show a couple times now, so you can let everyone know that since we are live, you can let them know where to find you.
Cool. So I don't know if you're gonna put this in the description. Doesn't really matter. Do it later. But I'm Meffistoe. My channel is called Mephisto's Movie Reviews because then I didn't know which terrible other name to use. So for now it's this. But it is the home of the Real McCoy podcast, which is a podcast I do with my good friend All My Feelings. Name saved with the production team. Which the point of the show, it's not really a podcast, it's more of a show where we ask the audience to go and watch a movie. We tell them which movie it is, and a week later, that's the movie we're going to cover. Sort of like a book club, but with movies. And the point is, there's so many good movies. 60, even back to 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, even the 2000s, and some of them even into the 2000 teens that are either you've heard about them, you maybe wanted to watch them, maybe you have watched them once, but maybe not got into them. This is our way for us to educate you, but not from like top down, more like a buddy conversation, and go deeper into the movies. All My Feelings does a lot of research as we start the show with everything that is like backstage, maybe stuff that a lot of the stuff he puts out is like things that I've never even heard about. Casting calls, budgets, all that stuff that I really don't have the time during the week to do, but he loves it. So he gets knee deep into it. And then we kind of develop the conversation. We love it that we have a guest. We normally do have a guest, but sometimes we do it solo, which is fun because he's a really good friend. And over the years, he's become a really, really good friend. So the conversation is just going. And we kind of break that monotony with a few segments that we do where it's like a fun little game. You've been there. It's like the first game is like trying to guess a poster of a movie that has no text. And the second one is a little bit more engaging where we get two posters of movies because that's the way the website works. You get two movies and you see which one do you prefer, which one is the better one, which one is maybe the worst one. Doesn't really matter. So it just creates a conversation that we want our audience, once we get an audience going, to kind of engage. And maybe it's like, because us in the Jew land, us in Israel, we have a saying: we've got 7 Jews and 10 opinions. That's how we like to do it. So it creates a lot of conversation. And you like a movie that maybe I don't like, or I prefer. Let's say we've got Blade and we've got, I don't know, X-Men. Which one do you prefer?
Yep.
And it really comes down to, okay, it's Friday evening, Saturday evening, out with the boys, out with the girls, out like with your partner, with your girlfriend, not girlfriend, whatever. what we've got just two choices. Which one would we pop in? And that's like it's a good conversation piece, and it kind of breaks the monotony of the show.
Yep. Well, and plus it's funny you say that because the time of day and the circumstances surrounding your day actually dictates what movie you're in the mood for, right? Because
exactly.
A heavy drama, sometimes you're like, dude, I just don't want to do that right now, right? Like you want a movie that's kind of like a dumb comedy or something that you just kind of want to, let's just hop into it because like, you don't want to think too hard. You just kind of want something in the background, right?
Just imagine the choices. Take like literally one of my favorites, if not my favorite movie of all time, The Shawshank Redemption and Ace Ventura: Pet Detective. First one. It's Friday evening. Which one would you really pick?
Oh yeah, you're using Ace Ventura.
Now for me, it's my favorite movie, but you would go like
I do Ace Ventura.
Ace Ventura. Because
into the work week, right? Like you've had a long week of work. Yeah. Okay, whereas like here's the difference though. On a Sunday evening, right? Or Sunday evening, it's raining outside, right? You just got some food. You'd rather watch Shawshank Redemption. You see what I'm saying? Like the heavier movie, right? Like you're gonna watch this heavier movie, think some, eat some, and after that, be like, hey, we're gonna get ready for bed after this, right? Dreary skies outside.
It's so dependent. It could be like, I don't know, Wednesday evening. You're back from work. You want to crack open a beer. Or you're now drinking, but you crack open the fucking Orange Crush, and just watch something.
Yep.
And literally, it's the midweek. Where are you gonna watch? Okay. Cobra with Sylvester Stallone.
Yep.
Terrible fucking movie.
Terrible.
I want to see fucking Stallone bash heads, and I've seen Rambo 3 17 million times.
Yep.
I'm going to watch one of the Cliffhanger with Stallone.
Oh,
right?
John Lithgow. And that who can forget that game? Well, this is the beauty of this is that you just described the whole purpose of this show. So this whole episode is going to be dedicated to what you and I grew up with that unfortunately kids now will not grow up with, which is masculine, non-bitch-made beta cuck men in movies, right? Because when you watch Cliffhanger, you said Rambo 3, you remember when Stallone ties that band behind his head, right? Muscles are just bulging, right? As boys, you see that image. You wanted to emulate that. You see what I'm saying? Like you saw that, you're like, dude, like you remember he has the two sticks, right? He's fighting. You see images like that, like those stick with you. You know what I'm saying? I remember seeing Masters of the Universe with Dolph Lundgren. I may have been 6 years old, right? And we aspire to have that physicality. You see what I'm saying? The physicality mattered. Whereas now, think about it. Every movie now is just CGI, right? It's just a bunch of stuff blowing up. Oh, wow, isn't that awesome? CGI effects. So...
It bothers me so much. The CGI. You know what? I don't mind CGI, but you need to make things practical because you still can't get over the uncanny valley, even with buildings. I don't mean just faces, because the uncanny valley is mostly facial expressions and like textures and all that stuff. The uncanny valley is also with like things exploding or buildings crashing or cars colliding. There's that gap that your mind says, well, this is incredible, but I would like to see a fucking kit car jump over a fucking thing and turn all the way outside out like A-Team. You remember the start of A-Team,
Yep.
You get the helicopter down, and then when the music kind of pops in, you see like fucking Jeeps flying over and all that stuff. But yeah, I know we're going.
It's what we live for, right? We live for the practical.
We live for this.
Well, I mean, this is the crazy thing, right? Is I'm glad you brought that up because there was a prevalence of real muscles on the men in movies, right? Especially superhero movies, right? Yeah. If you were the hero of a movie, your muscles were real. That was your body that you worked out in, right? You think about the Jean-Claude Van Damme in his prime, Stallone in his prime, Schwarzenegger in his prime. Bruce Willis, although he was like the ripped dude. Conan the Barbarian.
Conan's the Barbarian and the
Red Sonja. He's ripped. This is fresh off of his Mr. Universe win. Schwarzenegger. This is after Hercules in New York. Arnold is ripped, right? Yeah. And the reason why this is important is that you look at the guys that were in those movies, right? Muscles bulging, sweating, you're playing roles like Hercules, Spartacus. The reason why that's important is that as an audience member, because it's practical, because it's real, you can relate to it. On the flip side, watch this. Let's say someone is how about Peter Parker, right? Peter Parker was never supposed to be like, ripped like that. In comics, don't get me wrong, Spider-Man is still, decently built, but it's like what ends up happening is whenever he's doing all of his daring do stunts, or if it's Bruce Banner turned into the Hulk, now Hulk is always CGI, right? So now, like I said, it becomes this whole thing where as you look, I'll tell you what this is the equivalent of. This is, I believe, subconsciously making a lot of boys and men have an Avatar mentality. You see what I'm saying? It's no longer about being
the
aspirational.
weak Avatar thing.
Yeah. But you know what I'm saying? Like I'm the Hulk because I can type on a computer screen. Whereas back in the day, you said I wanted to be Rambo. I wanted to be Blade. I want to know the martial arts, right? Because let's be honest. If a guy has superpowers, right, and he can go like this, lasers come out.
Yeah,
that's cool, right? But it's not as cool as Batman kicking ass, right? Because he's physically doing it.
It's not Superman ripping open, not super actiony, just ripping open a fucking car to get the kid out, or like pushing everything, or in the original Superman 78, we just covered this a couple of weeks back. He literally stands like as a railroad for the train to move.
He lies down. Yep.
And the practical effect there is there's the other track that he just lifts, and you see him lift. It's probably made out of rubber, but you don't care. It looks like he's bending fucking steel. Now, Christopher Reeve was not ripped to shreds, but he was also covered. My Feelings did say that he literally worked out for 4 months, and underneath, if you'd have taken off the suit, he would have been ripped, but naturally. No steroids, no nothing. He was ripped naturally. He looked very muscular, but very natural. So not a lot of, six pack, all that stuff, but physically fit.
Yep.
So he prepared for the role as well. So he was ready for the role.
The physical preparation was important. Now, it's funny you say that because I'll tell you a guy that we all watched his movies, but we didn't fully relate to, and that was Steven Seagal. He never got hit, and he was always covered, right? One of the things about our heroes is that if you can remember back in the days when you and I grew up, the heroes always at some point had shirts ripped or maybe no shirt, cuts, bruises, right? Like they were getting beat up. Whereas if Steven Seagal was just like this, never takes a hit, right? He never gets punched.
He has what?
Once.
Do you know which movie? Which movie he was close to being naked?
Above the Law?
I the one where he played Nico.
Out for Justice.
Out for Justice.
Out for Justice, yep.
That's the second one he did.
Yeah, because they're all the same movies.
They're so muddled together. The first few were so muddled together. It was either killing the Jamaicans or killing the fucking Russian mob or whatever. There's a shot where he's with a black wife beater.
Mm-hmm.
That's as close to being naked as I remember. Anything else, he's wearing not only shirts, he's also wearing jackets. In Under Siege is wearing like a full suit. He's either wearing the cook suit or the fucking tactical whatever.
Well, I'm glad you
see him naked. Never.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm glad you brought up Under Siege because something that we used to have in our action movies that we don't have anymore because everything is neutered, cucked, and PG-13 is that we always had nudity, female nudity.
Yeah.
So as an audience, we needed that.
Random as well.
Random, for no reason. Why did she come out of the cake naked? Right?
Nothing.
We don't know why, but it worked.
She was training her striptease.
Oh yeah. I mean, I was appreciative of all the training that all the chicks of the 80s action movies were doing because we lived for that. This is before, for those younger viewers, before the Spice Channel, before Skinamax. Shout out to Skinamax, by the way, because everybody knew when it was, I think it was 9 to 10 p.m., you knew what time it was when that movie went off, and you knew.
We didn't get Skinamax.
Skinamax was great.
The closest we had was the time before we got cable was the illegal cable. time where
Black
you had
box
like
era.
one of those shady guys hooking you up to some weird antenna with like a switch.
Yep.
And it's like, oh, it's time for cable. Click.
Click.
You went.
It was
you
a
went
glorious
fucking,
time, man.
Yeah, and there was like after 10 p.m.
Yep.
There was.
Well, yeah, you knew what time it was.
Yeah.
It was time for all the jiggles, right? You're ready to see some things jiggling. And you couldn't help. I mean, you remember when the static would go like this, and every now and then it would, and it would be a perfect image of what we really wanted to see, right? Which was some ass. So we got the TNA, and we're looking at that, and we're looking at the kinds of guys who were on these things. These were not beta cucks. I keep reinforcing this because I think it was Yellow Flash or someone did a video earlier today. I guess now Kenobi in season 2 is suddenly bisexual. Yeah, every hero is suddenly rainbow agenda. There's not gonna be any rainbow agenda shit being talked about here. Every dude that we're gonna talk about on screen, every character is gonna be fucking masculine and heterosexual, man. No one's a bottom. There's not gonna be in this top bottom play. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be straight up dudes out here kicking ass, taking names, and getting the girl and smashing, like in Speed. Remember when you saw Speed for the first time?
You mean
Keanu Reeves got Sandra Bullock, right?
You mean Speed 2?
Hey, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. Hey, Meff, you know that movie never happened, man. Look, when you heard Speed was on a boat and there was no Keanu Reeves, you went, wait, what?
No. I genuinely was disinterested.
Yeah, I never saw it to this day. So
I've seen the end. I know the boat crashes into a pier. That's the only image I've got. That's it.
Which is funny because a boat is slow.
I don't even know who the male lead in it.
Jason Patrick.
Who?
I know. I only remember that because he wasn't Keanu Reeves, right?
Yeah.
So when we were kids, it was like, who the hell is Jason Patrick? So I always remember that name. If you asked me any other movie he's in, I couldn't tell you. I only remember he's in that movie.
I have no idea.
Because I went, Jason Patrick, where's Keanu Reeves? And that name always stuck in my mind. But you know what, though? I want to ask you this, though, Meff. You think about boys, we responded to masculine heroes, right? And this is something that I want to touch on first, is that we responded to masculine heroes regardless of ethnicity. See, because the wokies keep trying to pretend that there was like all of this racism, right? And what I tell people is, no, bro, it didn't matter what color or creed you were. When you grew up, what you attracted you to the movies back in the 80s and 90s and going even backwards, right? If you grew up as you're a 70s kid, you didn't care the physical appearance of the hero. What mattered is that he was the hero, right? He was a man.
I went through this a lot. Do you know, like, I'm going to give you an obscure movie because literally 2 days ago, I've seen something that led me to something. Do you remember Action Jackson?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Action Jackson.
Blaxploitation.
Who fucking gives a shit? The guy was black. Who cares? Yep. He kicked ass, took names, kissed the girl. Again, random nudity, by the way.
Random. Because it has to be.
Didn't need to be fucking naked. Her name was that's the name that literally led me to the movie. Vanity. Like her stage name is Vanity. Her real name is like
So this is the same thing as like Last Dragon. Same thing.
Same goes for fucking Axel Foley. Axel Foley was fucking awesome. Even before Axel Foley. 48 Hours. Even though he was the criminal, he was the guy who got recruited to be, to solve the crime. You didn't root for Nick Nolte because he was like the asshole cop. You did root for the criminal, which was Eddie Murphy, because he has that sort of charisma, that masculine. He was a funny guy, but the comedy comes from that sort of portion. Mm-hmm. Same goes for let me think. You didn't even. I mean, obviously, I'm not black, but you venerize Schwarzenegger, which is the epitome of Aryan race.
Yep.
Schwarzenegger, fucking Italian from New Jersey or New York.
Stallone.
Bruce Willis, a guy from Jersey. Yep. And a Belgian guy from Europe, right?
Yep.
Which
the
is
muscles from Brussels. Yep.
Did it bother you? No,
it never
didn't
bothered
you.
Why? To put in perspective, do you want me to tell you the one guy who really stuck out to me as a kid, because it was something that I had never seen before? I was used to growing up seeing, action movies guys out there, kicking ass, right? But I had never seen martial arts. You see what I'm saying? There's a difference between action fighting, right, like Indiana Jones, and then martial arts, right? Those are two different things. And I'll never forget, I was at my grandmother's house, and my uncle was there. This is before he left the house, and he introduced me. And it was like one of those things. It was like the greatest moment in your life, followed immediately by the worst moment in your life, right? So he puts in Game of Death, right? And as a child, right? I was like 5, right? 5, 6, somewhere in that era. And here I am. I see Bruce, right? Even though Bruce Lee's only in basically the fight scenes, right? But that's what you cared about as a kid, right?
Yeah.
When Bruce is in the yellow jumpsuit, and he's got his motorcycle suit, and he's out there kicking ass, because it's all about revenge missions. That's the major plot device, right? It's always a revenge mission. You got to clear your name. It's something. And I'm seeing Bruce. And I just remember going, because you saw the movements, right? You saw the, wah! That was something we hadn't seen before, right? And I'm like, oh my God. And my eyes are like this, just glued to the screen, right?
It's the presence.
It's the presence. Because Bruce Lee was 5'7", but yet to us, he's 10 feet tall, right? Because he's out there.
Dude, he took down Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
And he's sitting in the chair with the glasses on. You get the big footprint right in the chest. We are going wild over this, right? So I asked my uncle, I'm like, yo, who is this? He goes, oh, that's Bruce Lee. And I go, I gotta get every movie this guy's ever been in. I can't wait till we get back home. We're gonna, because my grandma's in Arkansas, right? And I said, oh man, we're gonna go to the rental store. And then I go, how come I haven't seen many movies or whatever, right? He looks at me with a straight face. Only an uncle can do this, right?
Oh.
Yeah, he's been dead for like 15 years.
Yeah.
Meff. It just took everything out of me, right? Like, because at this time, remember, as a child, when you see a movie, if someone tells you someone is dead, you think that this is the only movie that ever existed then, right? You're like, oh, this is it. My world is over.
Yeah, 5, 6, 7. You don't know.
You're like, well, if he's dead, well, this is it. He made one movie. So then we go back home and we look for the name Bruce Lee. And of course, this is what's great about being a kid at this time, right? Do you remember Bruce Lee? Bruce Lee's popularity was such that they started naming other people like Bruce Lee, right? L-I, right?
Oh yeah.
You start getting Bruce Lee, right? So we started going like, this isn't Bruce Lee. So we learned Bruce Lee's actual movies, right? We're like, okay, here we got Fists of Fury, here we got Chinese Connection, Enter the Dragon, Game of Death, Return of the Dragon. So once we realized that, we said, okay, well, these are our movies. Everyone else is an imposter. However, we still love martial arts. And it goes back to what you said. Van Damme was basically like our like, I guess westernized martial artist, right?
Yeah, because if you weren't familiar with the newer Hong Kong movies, so Jackie Chan, Chow Yun-fat,
and he didn't
there's
come over
another
here to
guy.
the 90s.
I don't remember his name now, but he's like a big hefty dude.
Bolo Young,
fat.
Yeah, Bolo.
I don't remember it. Yeah,
kickboxer. Yeah, Bolo.
No,
Bloodsport.
Probably the chat knows. He's like a big fat dude. He's not muscular. He's just fat. Mm-hmm. And the whole point of that era of 90s Hong Kong movies or Chinese, it's Hong Kong. It's not the story per se, but the action and the stunts. The stunt people made those movies because you could do, they had a way of doing certain stunts where they could literally jump off and fall in a certain way that they can film it and do slow motion. So the action was like going fast, real slow, fast, real slow.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where people the chat says Jet Li, but Jet Li was not a part of that Jackie Chan type era. It was different. So
Jet Li comes much later.
And Chow Yun-fat was more like both guns and comedy and a little bit of martial arts.
Mm-hmm.
He was more of the action dude. The other guys were more physical. He was both, kind of both.
Well, yeah, I mean, I saw some put Chris Farley, of course, in Beverly Hills Ninja. Yeah, Charles Bronson was in there. There were so many guys out there, man, that when you look at, we couldn't help but be mesmerized, because there were certain things that existed back then that I think really resonated. And one of the main things is that, and for the ladies out there, right, is that they were able to maintain love stories in this era without the main character, our hero, being a simp, right? He remained masculine. Like Harrison Ford as Han Solo stays masculine, right? You got guys like Kyle Reese, although Flash thinks that Kyle Reese is a simp. I'm like, he traveled across time, but his world is so bleak that anything soft and feminine was like worth protecting. Obviously, it's the mother of the future savior, but it's like, you know, that meant something. Like there was something. Kyle Reese was completely determined to fulfill his mission, right? Which is protecting Sarah Connor and trying to kill the Terminator.
Yeah.
You know,
the thing with Kyle Reese is he got the picture of Sarah Connor from beforehand.
Yep.
So he developed. It's a picture from you can say even from a different world. Correct. It's a world that he doesn't even know. He grew up to a dystopian apocalypse.
Yep.
And it's some sort of an icon. It's like we think about, I don't know, Cindy Crawford or Christy Brinkley. You get a picture of her, and then you get to meet her, but you also act as the actual protector, the male masculine role, which is the protector and provider. And in this case is the protector. He can't help but fall in love with her because it's biological.
Yep.
It's biological to fall in love with the one that you're supposed to protect. I protect and provide for my wife. I love my wife. It's a symbiotic relationship. So, and it also tries to get you to understand that you're living in a sort of a time loop, so it doesn't really matter. It's complicated. I wouldn't call him a simp, though.
Yeah, he's definitely not.
Really call him a simp.
The thing is, though, is that like, and this is the thing, the main issue with that is that when Kyle Reese, think about when he's talking to her, right? Because the situation is so dire, remember, he understands the magnitude of everything. She does not, right? Because she's just a regular college student working in 1984, right? So when Kyle is talking to her, Kyle looks like an unhinged animal, right? He looks like a feral animal, right?
Oh yeah.
He's feral, right? You're talking about a feral man placed in a world that is so far removed from his reality that like he is very, we got to get this done. Like this is what the Terminator is. We got to get you to safety. This is what's at stake. He's not going, well, I mean, if you don't really want to come in the car with me, I mean, I understand, Sarah. But no, he's like grabbing her, like, listen, this is what, he wants her to know.
If he was a simp, he would have gotten in the car and she would have said, I am going to my mother's. Come with me. And he would have said yes, regardless of the unimaginable risk. And he says, do not call anybody, do not talk to anybody, don't stay on the phone, don't call your mother, don't call your sister, don't call anybody. We are hiding, because this thing will not stop. That there's no simp there. He's not following her. She's following him.
She's always following him.
And she is making the mistakes where he is the one that's supposed to take her out of it. And when he does his sacrifice, he doesn't sacrifice for nothing. He sacrifices to protect, to give her a chance to get away, because they're pinned down and everything. By the way, I've discovered something that I haven't known ever. Do you know that there's a continuation scene for that factory? The continuation scene is literally the camera goes back and you find out the factory is actually Cyberdyne Systems.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah. Okay, so I found that out.
I only found out last week.
About a year ago. I found that out about a year ago. Yeah, that because that's why in part 2, I remember Miles Bennett Dyson has the.
That's why he had that chip. Yeah,
he has the chip. Yep. So he's got the chip, and it's one of those things. Though is I loved the fact that Michael Baine's character was named Kyle, because if you can recall, every action hero back in the day was named Jack or John, right?
Yeah.
Every guy. As long as he's if he's a white dude, he was Jack or John.
Yeah, it's like calling your main dude Brad or Chad or
little. Yeah, it's one of those like little quirks of that era, which of course,
or Blaine.
Blaine. The beauty of it is that we sit back now and like the movies that actually dissect the genre, like Last Action Hero, were actually underappreciated at their time, and now that movie has gotten a lot of traction. You know, because I remember when that movie came out, people were kind of like, yeah, because they wanted a typical action movie.
Yeah, I think I don't know what was wrong with the movie, but it had a lot going against it. Release date and bad marketing.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was the issue. Release date and bad marketing.
Also, it was too long. I do remember that though.
A bit.
The movie was so long.
You know what? As soon as they go into the real world, that's where the movie kind of fizzles for me.
Mm-hmm.
I really love the in-movie parts.
Yep. Yeah, they should tighten that up.
You do all the different action-y tropes,
mm-hmm.
and you kind of satirize them and laugh at them while not really laughing at them. So you put the antagonist, like the hero and the boy, following him in a certain situation where the boy is like, he knows what's going on, and the hero does not, because he is too busy being a hero.
Yep.
Too busy being a hero.
Yeah, but the hero in this world has no self-awareness.
That's where the comedy comes in.
Oh yeah, he knows. I remember, there's an infamous scene where they're in the Blockbuster, and he remarks that, he goes, "Do you notice that there's no regular girl? Every girl here is a model." And in the hero's mind, because he's living in a movie, this is just what girls look like, right? Every girl's a model.
Yeah.
And Stallone was the Terminator on the poster, like those little quirks like that, where were like little callbacks and winks to the audience.
And you have to remember, Schwarzenegger and Stallone had a literal working relationship because they had Planet Hollywood as their side business.
Yep.
Although it failed at the end, early 90s, it was the shit.
Yep.
Every grand opening is like a fucking crazy town. We had a Planet Hollywood in Israel that came in. All of them came in to open it. Like literally, Schwarzenegger and Stallone also had like a lot of ties to Israel because Canon Pictures was headed by two Israelis.
Okay.
And they did a lot of the like all that Canon-based production like action movies were basically two Israelis that were like hyper masculine and terrible. They're very crazy. One was a producer and one was a director.
Nice.
And they literally had a great working relationship. And that's why Rambo 3 was shot in the desert in Israel for the most part, looking like the mountains of Afghanistan. Because literally, if you take pictures from the mountains where you had those fucking caves where Osama was, it looks exactly the same as one tiny little region in Israel. And they had the caves as well. So they had a lot of working relationships. And when they opened up the restaurant here, it was like a Hollywood fucking grand opening or something. But all those little jabs, remember in Demolition Man,
yep,
it's the Schwarzenegger Presidential Library.
Yep.
Where we know Schwarzenegger couldn't get into, but it's so weird that after that, Schwarzenegger became the fucking governor.
The governor, yep.
It made me chuckle.
Well, all those
really
things.
Chuckle.
Well, here's what's funny. The funny thing about a movie like Demolition Man is that it was in that movie, it's the villain who's the more effeminate role. Although he's not effeminate. He's more of just kind of like
Dr. Cocteau was. Dr. Cocteau was today's SJW lefty, fucking crazy nut. And his side guy, side guy, you can literally take that guy, and that's the Twitterati.
It is.
That's the bots who are actually humans, but they're bots because they get their thing downloaded into their head, and they're literally retweeting the thing that it's important. And he's the one that, if he was on Twitter, had the rainbow flag near the fucking Ukraine flag next to them as a virtue signal.
Of course.
And as soon as the regime is gonna turn,
He
you
flipped.
see all those motherfuckers are gonna turn their heads.
He flipped so quick when Simon Phoenix was like, yeah, it's gonna be a new thing. My man was like, yeah, I can serve you now. Like,
Yeah.
And that's just what those guys do. And that's why I loved seeing, like, Dennis Leary's character in a movie like that, where he was Mr. Friendly, Edgar Friendly. And I want to ask you this, though, Meff. What did you most identify with in terms of the hero's journey?
It's always overcoming the odds, adversity. It's the unlikely. Sometimes it's the unlikely hero. Sometimes it's the unlikely hero, because I'm going to bring out a movie that you even haven't even thought about. Willow.
Love it. I actually thought about it earlier today.
In Willow, you got Matt Mardigan as the
stereotypical hero,
masculine typical hero, but he wasn't the guy who saved the day. He just fought the minions and the main kind of, the main henchman and got the girl. But Willow was the protector, because he protected the princess. He was the one that basically was the cause to defeat the main villain, which is the witch, right? And he was trying not only to protect the baby, he was also trying to protect his village.
Yep.
Very unlikely hero, but still a hero nonetheless, against the odds, and also tiny little person. The hero has a lot of different forms in many different movies. Mostly, like, if you take the major trope, is the cop, the warrior, the ex CIA or the ex Green Beret, or like in Conan, the boy who was literally strapped into a fucking wheel of death, which hardened him to be this chrome warrior and learning the ways of the steel, right? The secret of the steel. In terms of, I'm going to get you to Star Wars, because I know Nick hates Star Wars.
He's such a hater.
In the original Star Wars, Luke's journey starts off as like a sort of a bumbling fool. He wants to get his droid back, but he's tempted by these weird sand people. Ended up getting into Ben Kenobi, and by just listening to the stories, which for the movie is like made real short, he becomes seduced to this, like, somewhere out of here. The guy who's stuck in a little village somewhere, doesn't have to be a planet. In Star Wars, it's a little planet out in the middle of nowhere, because and in today's Star Wars, Tatooine is like the main fucking planet, because everything happens in fucking Tatooine.
Yeah, it's literally supposed to be the backwater, like nothing.
It's the backwater, whatever planet that nobody, because that's where you hide a baby from the most wretched villain in the entire universe, right? Darth Vader. So he's bumbling into it, and as things progress, he becomes more confident and more confident and more confident, and that's what builds his momentum, right? And that's how he becomes a hero. He takes on the Death Star as the odds are against him. He is not using his targeting computer, because his intuition, his natural abilities will let him hit that target nobody can hit.
Yep.
Because in Beggar's Canyon back home, he hit it with intuition.
Well, I like that Obi-Wan is communicating
him.
with him. It's funny that we talk about Obi-Wan and his tutelage of Luke, especially within the confines of that movie, because one thing that gets lost in that, you and I, we watched Friday. We talk about the difference between Craig's family life versus Smokey, who's just born of a single mom. Yeah. Luke has a family, right? Aunt Beru and Uncle Owen. However, because he's orphaned, right? There's always that part of him that's missing, right? It's the connection to his actual biological father, right? He craves that connection, and I find it very telling that when he finally talks to Obi-Wan and he starts to learn the truth. Remember, he's like, "Oh, my father wasn't, In the wars, he was a navigator and a spice freighter. As Obi-Wan tells him who his dad really is, there's something very telling once Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru die. Luke says, there's nothing for me here now. And he goes, I want to learn the ways of the Force and become a Jedi like my father. The reason for that, Meff, is like, as we know, what do boys gravitate toward when they're lost? When a boy is lost, they gravitate toward
father figure.
The father figure. They want something. Figure. They look for mom. They don't look around going, mommy. No. They look for dad, right? And if dad is not there, they go like this. Who was my father? So think about it. If you grew up and you never knew your dad, and someone says, yeah, your dad was a war hero, and you look up and you saw posters of him or whatever, you would try to emulate him, to get closer to him, to understand him, to
you even
walk in his
build
shoes.
a story that was not there in your mind as you try to sort of not emulate but venerate this character that is up there, as a picture in the living room or something, and you gravitate towards that. But you still are, if the guy isn't there, you have to find that father figure to guide you through life. Mm-hmm. Let me give you an example, because my feelings. I told him we're going to talk about this, and I told him I want you to give me like 5 movies or 5 characters from movies that are either fathers or father figures. Now, he brought up Friday, but he also brought up something interesting. Sean Maguire in Good Will Hunting, right? Sean Maguire is tutoring Matt Damon. It's a therapy session. Mm-hmm. But the one thing he emphasizes is the fact that there's a trust, between patient and therapist. And through that trust and through that, as Matt Damon comes in and he tries to break him like he broke the other therapist. Mm-hmm. And he actually activates something in Sean's mind where I get it. You're just a lost boy. He has this whole spiel, but at the end of it, you're just a kid. You don't know shit from shit that you haven't learned in fucking books. And that breaks Matt Damon, but it's a slow, methodical thing. And at the end of it, there's a real break where he cries, but he cries in front, not in public. He cries in front of the dad figure, and he releases it. And after that, there's no need for he releases the pain. And as the pain relieves, he can literally build his life because there's a father figure. There's a sort of a pillar you can lean on where you can, and he says it, you can always talk to me. You can always contact me, mails and stuff, because it's 97. You can always call and talk to me and I'll guide you. He doesn't say it in the movie, but you can always talk to me, which means I'll be there if you need me, which is just enough for an emerging boy. He's 20 and he's like 19 or ish, but he's just starting his life as an adult. But he has that father figure where he didn't have that growing up as an orphan, going from foster home to foster home. So that kind of a father figure is really important in any boy's life, whether he's a young boy, teenage boy, or even going out to being a young adult. The one thing that came up was something that I thought about today, because somebody mentioned Will Smith hitting Chris Rock. I don't know why it came up, and it got me thinking about Fresh Prince, as Will's character was in Philly with his mom, no dad, right? Disaster. And his mom tries to protect him by literally skirting him off away, right? And getting to a home where there's a stable dad, there's a dad and a mom figure, and he becomes his protector and his provider, not because he's a woman, but he's a lost boy and he needs a father figure. And there's a few episodes where you can see the wrath of the father. The episode where Will and see me and names, the other son.
Oh,
Carlton.
Yep.
When they get arrested,
Yep.
he comes into the police squad and he literally tells the cop what's what. The day sergeant or book sergeant or whatever. It's like, you do not understand who you're talking to. And where you see the dad comes in, not black or white. It's the pretense as, it's two black guys got arrested, but he comes in not as the black guy's wrath, is the father in him, the protector, the provider, the masculine father that knows the truth because he's a judge. He knows the law and he knows what's right and what is just, and he fights for it.
Yeah, well, it's funny you say that. I'll tell you a movie that showed a masculine man who got a bunch of punks in line. Coach Carter with Samuel L. Jackson, right? Which is based on the true story. Every one of those boys was lost, right? All of them were lost. Just lost boys. Angry, vengeful, very, very emotional, right? Yeah. And what happened when Coach Carter was there? Do you remember how much clashing they had? All that pushback, right? Who does this guy think he is, right? He can't tell us what to do. And they were mocking him, remember? Sir. He's sitting there going, sir. And they're sitting there mocking him. He's like, are you finished? It was the first time that, think about it, they were ever held accountable, right? You will dress up on game days. You will maintain this GPA. You will do this. There was so much resistance, right? Because this is feminine thinking, right? This whole rebellious, like, I'm in my feelings, right? Because they don't see, this is how far they see, Meff, right there. See that?
Yeah.
They don't see the big picture. But what happens? Over time, what did you notice with the teammates, right? They started realizing, do you notice their self-esteem started boosting, right? Their grades improved. Their self-esteem improved. And where did it come from? Masculine excellence, right? Masculine accountability. Whereas like, no. You're not just going to do whatever the hell you want. If you run the streets, you're off the team. If you go do X, Y, remember he had all those rules, right? And they were clapping back until they realized, wait a minute. These rules are helping me, right? Yeah, I'm being restricted. They're not being oppressed. They're being repressed. And when you repress all of your bad impulses, right? What you realize is, oh, I get it. If I went out there and did those things, my life could be ruined, right? Whether it be having babies out there by multiple women, getting in jail, winding up dead. You remember the little light-skinned kid when he comes in there? I think it was his brother or his cousin. I think it was shot and killed. Remember that?
I haven't seen that movie in a long while.
Well, I only remember because it happened to be on TV. But he runs to coach crying. This is after he was kicked off the team, right?
Yeah.
And he goes, yeah, I did all them damn, those sprints for you, but everything I did for you. So he cusses Coach Carter out. He goes, I'm done. And he goes, if you walk out that door, you don't get to come back, right? He's like, whatever. And there's a scene, man, I don't know if you remember, but when he's walking, he's out on the corner with his cousin, right? Selling drugs, right? Being a lookout man, doing bad things, right? He looks over, and do you know what he sees? He looks in the window and sees his teammates at a diner having fun, right? Celebrating together, that togetherness.
That's right.
And but where is he at right now, right? He's on the block. You see what I'm saying? Alone. But you're basically alone in the world, right? If you're on the corner selling drugs, man, you're alone. You see what I'm saying? Your life sucks. And
even if you have your buddies around you,
even if you're boys,
one shot, what happens?
They scatter.
Disperse.
Yeah,
they scatter. So every man for his own, right?
Yep. But you know though, what that tells you though is that when his, and this is the reason why I love that scene in the movie, when he's on the block with his cousin, and then the cousin gets shot and killed, right?
Yeah.
Where does he go to? This is Mr. Angry, lost, scared kid, right? With a gun in his hand. Do you remember where he goes?
He goes to Dad.
He goes to Coach Carter, the only masculine. See, because it goes to what you said about Matt Damon's character. When Will Hunting is lost, you know what? This scene actually goes to Good Father or Bad Father, right? Whether it be Palpatine is the bad one, Kingpin in the Daredevil series, right? With Bullseye's character, right? When his therapist says, you're not broken, Dex. You need to find your North Star, right? And of course, bad people manipulate that. But what ends up happening is they go to whoever represents dad. So when the kid in Coach Carter goes to Coach Carter, remember, he's been banned from the team, right? That was the rule. He says if you walk out that door, that's it, right? And remember, he starts crying. Once again, similar to what you said about Will Hunter, right? He starts crying. Because what is he really craving? He's craving
what he gave up.
What he gave up. Discipline. Love. Understanding. And so when he breaks down, he goes, I just want to be on the team. He goes, don't worry about all that. He goes, I know you said I couldn't be on the team, coach, please. And he starts begging just because he wants purpose, right? He's crying because he has no purpose. Oh, if you're on the corner selling drugs in the hood, man, you lost. So what happens? No one on the team tries to call out Coach Carr for being a fraud, right? They understand. They get it. Like, yes, he did say the guy is kicked off the team. If you walk out that door, you don't come back. But when a player comes to you, right, lost with blood all over his shirt, right? You go, what happened? Coach, they shot him. They killed my cousin. Now is not the time to be the hard ass. You see what I'm saying? Like, oh, I told you, you got to leave. Because I'm not saying all women, but you and I both know, Meff, there are some females out there who would get real petty. You see what I'm saying? They would get petty. Well, I told you. When I said leave, that meant leave. I don't care what happened to you. You see what I'm saying? Whereas a dude understands. He's like, this boy is broke. Like, because this is the turning point, right?
No time for vindictiveness or vengeance. It's time to regroup, rethink, redo, and maybe you're still off the team, but not now.
Yeah. Now is not the time for that. And so Coach Carter ends up doing what? He hugs him, allows him to cry. You can stay the night with me, but he puts him back on the team because he realizes this one choice will literally set this boy's life for better or worse. This one night basically determines the rest of his life. You see what I'm saying? If you kick this kid off the team, a kid who just had his cousin killed, because remember, this is all he knows is the streets, right?
He's gonna shoot. Yeah, he's gonna lash out, shoot somebody. Either go to jail or somebody's gonna pop a cap in his ass,
which is what happened in Boys in the Hood, right?
Exactly.
It's what happened to Doughboy. Like it's inevitable.
He's either going to be again, I hate names. The main Cuba Gooding Jr. You're either going to be Cuba Gooding Jr. And get a second chance to get out of that car before you go blasting, or you're going to be Doughboy blasting, and not only that, literally looking your fucking guy in between the eyes and shooting his fucking head. End up 2 weeks later, somebody else popping you, right?
You get smoked, which is actually what happened in the movie Bronx Tale. Remember? Good father, good/bad father, right? Of Chaz Palminteri's character, right? You had Sonny, and then you had his dad, the bus driver, and he was in the middle, right? He didn't know which
way to go.
Lost. Which do I go to the mob way, or do I go with the straight and narrow way? Like, so these things matter. I want to ask you this though, when it comes to heroism and villainy. Hero versus villain, right? What does that mean to you, right? In terms of the path that they take, because what happens to the hero and what happens to the villain is usually similar, right? What do you think about that little rubber band match of what makes a guy a hero versus a villain?
It's really weird because they're sort of the opposites, but they're similar, and it really depends on which movie you're looking at. If you're looking at the sort of the run-of-the-mill villain where you can find in a regular action movie, a Chuck Norris movie, a Jackie Chan movie, or whatever, the villain isn't fully character developed. But when you go to like high fantasy or sci-fi, sometimes you find those villains very much developed. Where if you go to Star Wars, Darth Vader is a fallen hero. He was seduced by the dark side. If you take the prequels away, take the sequels away, stick to the original trilogy, he has got a full circle where it's literally, you are told about the early days where he was trained as a Jedi, has become a fallen hero, seduced by this powerful force, which is the dark side of the force, and then coming back around, realizing the error of his ways and being basically the hero in Return of the Jedi. Luke didn't save anybody.
Nope.
Luke didn't save anybody. Darth Vader did.
Yeah. Well,
The most powerful
Luke is the
enemy.
catalyst.
He's the cat. Yeah. He is the catalyst.
You know what I loved about that scene? Do you remember in Return of the Jedi when Luke, to show you the difference between his mindset and his father's mindset, he's trying to carry him in that heavy armor, and he says, he goes, leave me. He goes, I'm not leaving you here. I've got to save you. Do you remember what Darth Vader tells Luke? He goes, you already have, Luke.
You already have.
His soul has been saved. His physical body, he doesn't care at this point. That's why he sacrifices himself to kill Palpatine, right?
Yeah.
So once again, that sacrificial thing of doing the right thing, which is the masculine journey of, I will put myself in harm's way knowing I could lose my life, right? I could lose life and limb. But in return, I'm making things better for everyone else. I think that's important because the thing is that when it comes to like these characters, right, whether it be fallen heroes or whatever, there are flawed masculine men that have existed in cinema. I look at a movie like Heat, right? It always makes for better storytelling. You get a guy like Neil McCauley versus Vincent Hanna, right? Cops versus robbers. You see what I'm saying? And of course, Heat was borrowed. The Dark Knight liberally took from Heat. So because Batman versus the Joker, right? Yeah. But it makes for better storytelling when you've got these guys that are clashing, and neither one of them will budge, right?
Yeah, and you also, if you want to go for a hero, which is not really a hero, is more like a villain, but he is amongst other villains. Take Godfather Part Two. Yep. Because Godfather, the original, was really good in terms of telling the story of Don Corleone and Michael. But in Godfather Part 2, you've got this overarching story of Michael trying to navigate this betrayal that happened, only to find out it's family. And it's the brother that was dejected or didn't have enough of a father figure in his life, didn't have the discipline. That's why he was seduced to going off into different direction and being seduced by crooks, by villains, by people who wanted not his, basically the traitor's downfall as well as the main guy who fell or didn't fall, well, almost fell. Michael was the head of the family, and he was put there by his father because his father didn't want Michael to lead the family. His father wanted Sonny to lead the family. And if you get there's a very short scene where they're sitting down to eat, and it's literally placed before, if in timeline before Godfather, the movie. But it's a scene where they eat, and Michael's like going into the army, and he's about to go to the army because his dad really didn't depend on him to lead the family. He went for Sonny, and Sonny was the guy that was, oh, you're gonna marry him, or you're not gonna marry him, and that's that sort of thing.
Sonny was always emotional,
very emotional, but he was still masculine.
Here's the thing, though. He was
Michael, because Michael had the discipline, and the know-how, and the fact that he was. Both of them were kind of groomed by their dad to be the head of the family. Once Sonny was dead, Don Corleone went to Michael as his beacon, his shining light. And when he passed, Michael took the reins and was very cool, calm, calculated. And when things kind of turned awry, he kind of stepped back and looked at the big picture. Mm-hmm. And when everything was going into like starting to be, in place, you got the wife trying to leave, and they had an argument. And in that argument, Michael looked her in the eyes and was like, you can leave, but you ain't taking my fucking kids.
Yep.
You ain't taking my fucking kids away from me at all. That's something that is hyper masculine. Not only that, there's the preservation of the family. The whole Cosa Nostra thing with the family is enrooted in Sicilian culture. The family comes first. Doesn't matter if it's a crime family, a nuclear family. it's all the same thing. It's all the same thing. And you can see that in Goodfellas. Henry.
Yep.
Henry had a dad. Henry had a very bitch-made dad. He looks masculine, very bitch-made dad, because he went off on him where he shouldn't have, really emotionally. Because why? Because the kid didn't go to school and made more money than him.
Yeah, he was okay. So what
Right?
Henry's dad was supposed to do, instead of just whooping him, saying that you're gonna grow up to be a bum, what he was supposed to do is to sit him down and show him the consequences of the mob life, right? Because if you see your son starting to drift, you go like this. Well, let's look at all the guys. You remember that back then you could pull out the papers, right? Show them this is the end result. Most of these guys wind up dead or in jail, right? And you start to explain the downfalls, like, because like I said, what you said about Anakin. It's easy to get seduced by something when all you see is how can it serve my best interest, right? My self-centered interest, right? And I'm glad you brought up the Godfather, because it's like, I think crime movies and having like that masculine figure, like you said, the Don Corleone and stuff, guys like that. I think a lot of boys and young men wish to emulate that, because like what they see is it's a man taking control over his environment, right? Like,
yes,
I see, like you said, Michael sees chaos around.
They're
him.
not heroes. They're
not heroes, though.
They're not heroes, but they're still venerated. And what is that thing? It's the brotherhood. It's the protection. It's you watch my back, I'll watch yours. That's very masculine.
Yeah, well, it's the masculine journey.
Very masculine.
It's the reason why, I mean, let's face it. There's always, like you said, there's the hero and then there's the anti-hero, right? So Superman is the Boy Scout, right? He represents the traditional, like, he's completely clean. Superman can do no wrong. He's that kind of hero. But then Meff, we flip that to a guy like, say, Snake Plissken, right? In Escape from New York and Escape from L.A. He's the anti-hero, right? Because he's not a full-on villain, right? He's not sitting here saying, I want world domination, blah, blah, blah. He is self-centered. He is doing a lot of bad things, and yet he still is heroic. You see what I'm saying? He still has like his, because a lot of times there's a small bit of morality that I think a hero needs to have. And you saw this in a movie like The Town, right? Where Ben Affleck's character, Doug McCrae, he still maintains his morality. You see what I'm saying? Like, he doesn't go around just shooting people for no reason. That's not what he does. Everything that he does is kind of like within his own world, right? In his worldview, okay, I've agreed to be, a thief, right? I'm a professional thief. And the same thing with Michael Mann's movie Thief, starring James Caan. It's that same thing. You're the anti-hero. But what do you say, though, Meff? They're usually trying to preserve, in this case, the family, right? In that movie, he was trying to get a son, right? He wanted to have a baby with his girl, right? And it's always the thing where I'm making these sacrifices. I'm taking these chances, right? Because it's about I'm sacrificing for the greater good. And what is the greater good? The family. These guys are always sacrificing for it. Like, whereas like in The Godfather, there's that scene where Don Corleone tells Michael, he says, Santino would not have made a good Don. He knows this. He knows. And what do you say about Fredo? He's like, Fredo. Because Fredo's weak, right? When we watch Godfather 2, do you remember when they do the flashback? Remember? Oh, what's wrong with poor Fredo, poor Fredo.
He's hiding behind his mom's dress.
He is. He's so useless, right? Just useless, right?
Yeah.
And then Tom Hagen can't. Here's the thing. Tom Hagen would make a good Don, but because they don't have the bloodline. You see what I'm saying?
He's Irish. He's not
Irish.
He's not Sicilian.
He's not Sicilian. So he can be consigliere, right? So Tom Hagen is your close man, and you remember this causes a bit of friction, if you recall, later on, where Tom Hagen feels
at the very end, because
Tom
he's feels he's being pushed out.
He's being pushed
for no
out.
reason.
And yet, what did Michael tell him? I did it to protect you.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And remember, because I mean, you could see Tom was hurt. You could see he was hurt. Like Michael, because in his mind, Don Vito is his father, right? He's adopted.
Yes.
That's dad to him. He doesn't know any other dad. So, but he's still aware that yes, I'm not his blood, son. However, he's my dad too, and like that feeling of like I'm being excluded, basically like, I'm your brother, but not. I'm almost like a circumstantial brother, right? And when Michael really lays it down, like, yo, had you been known about this, you would be at risk. So rather than to include you in any plot, I kept you out of this to protect you. And I think there's something that really speaks, like from the man's point of view, keeping your family intact. Because, I mean, let's face it, Meff, there's a lot of dudes out there right now taking penitentiary chances. And when you ask why are they taking them, it's because like this. Yo, man, I'm taking this risk for this reward that's going to take care of my family. Yeah. A guy selling dime bags on the street is not the same as a dude going, I'm trying to rob this armored truck for this reason, right?
Yeah, it's basically the same.
But here's the thing, though.
What, robbing a bank and selling a dime bag?
Because here's the reason. Trying to sell a dime bag is going to help you for today, tomorrow, right? Maybe the rest of the week. But when someone says, I'm trying to get a score that's going to take care. Remember, when guys go for a score, it's to take care of everybody. You ever notice that?
Yeah,
they're usually doing it because they're saying, I'm trying to secure long-term resources for the family. When you go back to Godfather 2, remember, Vito doesn't just do his olive oil thing, try to start a crime family. What else was on his mind since he was a child? Remember what it was?
I haven't seen it in a while.
Fucking revenge.
It's revenge, yeah.
Revenge.
It's the guy who killed his mother.
Yep. He killed his mother and his father, right? Because his dad stood up to him. See, and do you remember what happens when his mother pleads for his life? Please, please, please. He's just dumb. He's slow-witted. And remember what the mob chief says? Remember what he says?
Don Chichi.
Don Chichi. Remember what he says? He says, yeah, he's weak now. But what did he say? He'll grow strong.
He'll grow strong.
Yeah. He may be. So when you see somebody, remember, everybody by definition as a child, because you can't, defend and protect yourself like that. Everyone's beta, right? Yep. Because you're relying on someone else to survive. So yes, Don Vito is a child. However, he grows up to be that guy, right? He becomes the man. Once he achieves this, right? That's the masculine journey. That's why, like you said, Meff, even though he's not a quote unquote hero, we, the audience, appreciate Don Vito, right? Because like this, he did. It's the reason why we appreciate Scarface. Look, there's guys when I was in Colombia, Miss Colombia, because if you are an actual Colombian, right, in Medellin, where I was, the home of Escobar, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of shame attached to Pablo Escobar. You see what I'm saying? But from an outsider's point of view, why do guys have this reverence for Pablo Escobar?
Because a lot of the money he made went back into the community. Because most of the drugs didn't flow to the immediate community.
Nope.
You ask them, the drugs, they didn't see no fucking drugs.
Nope. He did not sell to his own people.
All the drugs went outwards.
Yep.
Right? To Bogota and beyond. Right? He's been the one thing you have to understand, and it's very important about Pablo. Soccer, or what we call football, is it's like football in the United States, where it is the top sport in the world. If you're the guy who builds a stadium in your town, you could be as corrupt as a motherfucker.
Yep.
But you are also venerated to fuck. And it's not only the soccer stadium that he built. He built a lot of different places, helped people with for him it's like chip change. Remember it's the guy that it's like in Bad Boys 2. The problem is where to keep the cash because the rats are actually eating the cash. That's Blow. They took that from Pablo.
I think was that in Blow? Was that in Blow or in Bad Boys?
No. In Bad Boys 2, they got into the guy's house, right? As exterminators.
You're right. I do remember that.
The only problem he had was the fucking rats eating the cash.
Mm-hmm.
It's a literal story of Pablo Escobar. They literally they had to bury stuff in the ground so rats wouldn't fucking eat it.
Oh yeah.
For him, he's like, oh, he gave $10 to the neighborhood kids. Oh, you got $10, $10. And for them, it's like a month's pay. For him,
it's nothing.
He just made a fucking $1,000 because some fucking yuppie in Studio 54 wanted to snort all night, right?
Yep.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, well, the thing is that you're talking about a journey of, and this is what I try to explain to her when I was talking to Miss Columbia. I said, the reason why men love Scarface, Don Vito, Pablo Escobar. I saw Johnny GTO put up New Jack City with Nino Brown. Oh. The masculine journey is about, did you take control of your environment, right? Because this is the feminine journey. Let me just bitch about things. There's nothing I can do. It's someone else's fault. There's no accountability, right? The masculine journey is, yeah, you can whore your way into something. But like, dudes go like this. No. I'm going to take control of my circumstances and environment, right? So like, I mean, you go back to Scarface. I mean, remember, Meff, how does he start? He eats the commie, gets the green card, gets to the States. He's a dishwasher. You see what I'm saying? He's a nobody.
He's a nobody, but he is always looking forward.
He's always
not looking to the sides. He's dead focused.
He always has
where
the
he
ambition.
wants to go.
Yep. And when he gets that job from Omar,
he tells his brother as well. It's like you'll see. I'm gonna take you with me, and we're gonna go places.
Yep. Well, and one of the things I like about that is that one of the things it shows is there's always this. And this is the reason why in storytelling you need characters to be opposites, right? Manolo is comfortable being where they're at because in his mind, and there's nothing wrong with Manolo's character. In his mind, he's thinking like, hey man, we've been pretty damn lucky thus far. No need to go out there and get too crazy because we're doing pretty good. You see what I'm saying? Like, hey man, we made money selling dope. No need to get too crazy. Tony is all about more, the greed, right? And the thing
his brother is not a beta cuck.
No, he's definitely not.
He's the opposite. You have to have this, and it works. It's weird because it works also in comedy where you had the straight laced guy.
Yep.
Just
and
Manolo,
the crazy guy. Yep.
And the crazy guy.
Always.
And the crazy guy will take the straight guy forward, but the crazy guy will not spin out of control. But Tony did spin out of control at the end. Where was Manolo? Not around to rein him in.
He wasn't. And the tragic irony of that movie was that when we go back to look at Scarface, right? The thing that Manolo had that Tony didn't is that Manolo wasn't losing his soul in this drug game. Tony was. See? And however, the irony, of course, to Scarface is what? The shred of soul that Tony had left is what was his undoing, right? Because he couldn't kill kids. He's like, yeah, no, right? And then what happens? He's screaming for Manny. Where is Manny, right? Where's Manolo? Not understanding that he's so blinded by his, because like, Tony is a, like I said, ultimately he is a beta because that emotional, crazy outburst, not being able to think rationally, which is massive. Like it's the drugs. The drugs allowed Tony to just go. Drugs. It devolved him. You see what I'm saying?
He went into it. He went into what dealers should not do. Went into his own stash.
Yep. Never get high on your own supply.
Your own stash, you're out.
You're done.
Especially with a drug that makes you paranoid.
Paranoid, crazy, violent. Crazy. And what happens though when he gets there to Manolo's house, right? He goes over remember his mom is saying, I don't know, she won't listen to me, Tony, blah, blah. And he shows up to the house, not knowing that this is where Manolo lives, right? He's so clouded by paranoia and just craziness and cocaine that when he sees Gina and sees Manolo, his brain doesn't put two together. A sane person would have been like this. Oh, wait a minute. Let me at least, no matter how mad I am, let me at least hear him out. Yeah. Let me ask what's going on. Yeah. And then, so when he kills Manolo, when Gina is like, no, he's so deluded. And what does she say? We were going to surprise you. We were going to surprise everybody. We just got married yesterday. Do you remember the look on Tony's face after he kills Manolo? He from that point forward, he's just a shell. Do you notice that? Yeah. Because by killing Manolo, he's literally killed himself. He killed himself. That was basically suicide, right? He just sits there like, hey, remember what did his guys say? His goons, remember? Come on, Tony, we gotta get out of here. We gotta get out of here. He just, and as he goes to his place, he's just broken. He's just broken. He gets back to the house, remember, snorting coke, sitting in his chair like this.
A mountain of coke.
A mountain of coke. And a man who was once masculine, who had vision, who has now just been reduced to a shell. His last gas after, his beloved sister dies, his last gas wasn't even, I wouldn't even call that masculine. You know what I would call it? I would call like beta male rage.
He's just lashing out.
He's just lashing out like
pure emotion. Yeah.
Raw emotion, right? Just shooting shit up, right? And he snorts coke before he goes on the shootout, right? And then he gets killed, of course, as he should have. And this is the thing, though, is that I want to ask you this, though, Meff. What is the movie or movies that defines masculinity to you? Because to me, I'm saying from a boy's perspective, Predator was my movie, right? A movie that, like, when someone goes, Drex, you got one movie to show a bunch of kids to learn what is masculinity, right? Because remember, you can always show them like Rocky, The Journey. There's something about big, muscular, sweaty dudes. You know, who could forget the handshake, right? Ugh, you know what I'm saying? It's all these little...
dude.
I mean, it's a meme. It's a meme now.
I had the funniest thing ever happen to me. I don't know if I told this on the Friday podcast or not. I watched Friday to prepare for the podcast. The scene with the dam was on. My daughter literally passed next to me. Oh, Daddy, that's the meme. It's like she's never seen Friday. She's 11 and she just started talking English. It's like, oh, that's is that the movie? It's like, yeah, when you're older, you're gonna have to watch this because this is awesome.
I love that they get it too. Like kids they get it.
I put on Predator. My 8-year-old boy, okay? He's in like Roblox, Minecraft. He's an 8-year-old boy. I was watching Predator, just watching Predator. It was like, there's that last scene with the thing. It's like, where's that from? It's like, oh, you're gonna learn, son.
Yep.
You're gonna learn, son. Which movies for me the ultimate? To be honest, Rambo 2, I think. Rambo 2. There's a lot. Like Die Hard is really good.
Yep.
I recently watched Die Hard with a Vengeance. It's really good.
Love it.
Defines raw masculinity. It has to be some sort of an action movie, even though there's a lot of types of masculine movie, but hyper masculine has to be super action, blowout, kill people. I think it's Rambo 2. It's Rambo 2. I love the first Rambo, but it's not an action movie.
It is not. It's a drama.
It's a drama about a guy who is doing a lot of action-y things, but it's not an action movie.
Well, it
Rambo
doesn't feel
2,
triumphant.
Like First Blood Part 2, but it's Rambo 2.
Mm-hmm.
It's like wall-to-wall action. There's no quiet moments. There are some, but they're very few and far between. There's always something happening. Mm-hmm. It's like in Die Hard. There's always something happening. By the time you see the truck rolls in, opening up, and you see Hans Gruber stepping out, you know, we're fucking.
You know what time it is from that point forward.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you brought that up, right? Because Die Hard, actually, of course, he and his wife at that point, the movie starts, are going through some real serious things, right? Yeah. And I want to say this though. This is the reason why I love this, shows like this with you, because we have to make sure that these boys and young men know that, like, no, there is masculinity. There are things that are cherished and desired by the world, and it is masculinity. Because here's the thing, Meff, what do the chicks dig, right? A lot of remember, let's just say you're somewhere in the world right now, right? You're an unmitigated simp, right? Let's just say somewhere in the world you're sitting there going, oh my god, I'm just gonna subscribe to her OnlyFans, and you don't know what because remember you crave the same thing that the other guy craves, right? The strong masculine guy. The difference is that's not what he's thinking. He's thinking about the adventure, not the chick. The chick is just a byproduct of the adventure and the masculinity that you exude to get what you want, which is what Scarface talked about, right? The girls come. And I want to say this. You know what chicks dig? They dig big. You know what they dig that's big? They dig the big ego, right? The big guns, right? The big muscles, big dick energy, right?
Yeah.
You remember those characters? The characters were like I said, they look like men. They acted like men. And the chicks, they threw themselves at these heroes, right? They don't throw themselves at these effeminate, weirdo,
Dude, who goes
non-binary.
Who goes to watch the MCU films? Who goes to watch Thor?
Facts.
Who goes to watch
what's
Thor?
the other one?
Very easy. It's the guys who want to see a comic book movie.
Yep.
And the girls who come, where the money comes from.
Yep.
Not from the guys, from the girls taking the guys. Oh, it's that movie you want to see.
It's that movie you want to see.
Book. And they see Chris Hemsworth he was naked in fucking Thor 4. I haven't seen it. I've seen the fucking trailer.
The trailer, yep.
He's naked. Why is he naked?
Oh, you already know why. And you know, here's the funny thing.
Money.
Well, Lofty, shout out to our man Lofty. Lofty knows this.
Lofty.
Is that Lofty? When you look at these movies, right? You and I both know is that I think James Bond, of course, is kind of like the quintessential man's man, right? Men want to be him, women want to be with him, right? And when you talk about I mean, it doesn't matter what demographic, right? In the Black Panther movie, do you know who the girls really loved? It wasn't T'Challa. Who did they love?
That dude that kicked his ass.
Killmonger. Yeah, dude. Go
Yeah.
to like black women. Lofty. They lusted over Killmonger, right?
Oh yeah.
Lusted over him, right?
They lusted over him so much that they forgave him from his genocide.
Yeah, really, literally. They were like we don't care that he yeeted people. He wants to literally exterminate.
Dude, he yeeted his own girlfriend.
The first scene of the movie, his gang shoots a bunch of innocent people in the back, and he's just like, "Oh, that was kind of weird," but he just shrugs it off.
He rolls with it. And Lofty, I want to get your take on this. The resurgence of masculine men in movies, right? Because I mean, we all know we're in a woke time. There's not going to be that many options. But one of the characters that I believe is like a resurgence of that classic masculine, tough as nails guy was none other than John Wick. Lofty, what do you think about the John Wick movies?
I'm a huge fan. I like all of them. I think maybe they've been getting better slowly. I think the first one's good. It's just small compared to the other two.
It is.
But if we're talking about John Wick as a character, like there is no other. You'd have to go back to early Bruce Willis. Like there's just no one like that character in modern film in terms of just masculinity, intensity, gets shit done by any means necessary. You know what I mean? I mean, even Jason Bourne is kind of I don't know. He's a little bit more emo, and you know what I mean. Like this guy just exudes like.
Well, you know the thing is, I think here's the main difference. Jason Bourne and John Wick are equally capable. Yeah. Right. The main difference between the two, besides the amnesia issue, is that John Wick wants to do what he's doing. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Jason Bourne is always kind of like, why are these people chasing me? What's going on? He's not trying to. John Wick is like this. Yo, here's the goal. When they yeeted the dog, Meff, you knew it was over. Oh. It was over. You knew. You're like, well, you just signed your death wish. It got real in John Wick.
Jason Bourne, Jeremy Renner, and Matt Damon. Yeah. At a certain point, they're bewildered on what they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Yep.
They're bewildered on what they're supposed to do.
Yep.
And they kind of stumble into the answer. John Wick is like, you did what now?
Yeah.
You're dead. You are DEA dead.
And honestly, I didn't love the movie, but Gray Man tried to emulate some of that. I don't know if you guys seen it with Ryan Gosling.
Gray Man.
I haven't seen it. I've heard mixed things.
It's new, right?
Yeah, it's brand new. 2 weeks. It's a very entertaining nonsense popcorn movie. I mean, it's the guys who directed The Winter Soldier, and like, I feel like
Russo brothers.
Yeah, the Russo brothers. They're really good at action, but when they're off on their own, it seems like that's all they do. It's like the movie was just basically Taken, like multiplied by like 50.
Taken is a great example.
Yep.
Of dad.
What did mom do?
To the rescue without anything.
What was mom all about?
Remember, the stepdad was great, powerful.
That's rude.
Businessman.
Yep.
But he's a fucking man.
He's a beta. He's a simp. He's a beta. Like here's the thing. Do you know what's crazy about that movie? This is why I want guys to make sure. I'm glad you brought Taken up.
Yep.
When his character, Brian Mills is the name of the character. When Brian Mills retrieves the daughter and brings her back, do you remember the look on remember, he's rich, right? He's all that power. He's a rich guy. Do you remember that look that he had on his face that like, I could never do what you just did, right? Because he's not that guy. Yeah, he has money. Laughter, you've seen this in movies, right? There's lots of guys that you've seen this in certain villains, right? Like RoboCop. You got people who are powerful because they're politicians or whatever. They got money, but like deep down, these guys know when shit gets real, it's real. I don't know if you saw the movie Lofty, Nobody with Bob Odenkirk. Do you remember when he's acting like a bitch beta, right? Just a pet wallet going to work. His wife has no attraction to him, right? His wife doesn't love him. There's no. Do you remember what happens to Lofty once he makes that Thanos snap switch, right?
Yeah,
who forget the bus scene? She sees that. Oh, I'm married to a badass.
Yeah, and you know what's cool about that? He doesn't do it for any reason other than to save their lives, because he didn't want anyone to know. He didn't even want his kids to know. Like he did, the moment that they find out, I think, is right when he tells him to get in the basement and like shuts the door or something and just like don't come out. Like he had no choice but to reveal his identity at that point. And that's also like what puts him like another level. Like this guy is genuine. He's an honest, like, person. He's not just like this guy who's out to be flashy for for no reason. I just love that character.
You know who he reminds me of though, Lofty? Our man Schwarzenegger in True Lies. Who can forget True Lies, man? Remember Jamie Lee Curtis's character? You remember the nature of like their marriage had that same kind of like nothing to it, right? Like just nothing. Like there's no fire. There's no desire.
But that's just the facade.
It's the facade. But once he shows, no, I'm the man. Like I'm the guy that you wished you could be with. Mm-hmm. She just flips, right? Like her attraction to him. She's like, hey, his name is Harry, and she realizes I'm married to that guy.
Yeah, it's like it's such a meme at this point. Like chicks find out like what this guy's like super badass, and like they let their hair down and like unbutton their shirt a little bit.
Oh yeah, they're just like, oh god, they lust because here's the thing, though, Lofty,
dude, it gets the juices going,
literally
the vagina.
Oh yeah, it does.
That's what happens. And you know what? She was trying to get that with Bill Paxton, right?
She did.
Bill Paxton is the ultimate simp, the ultimate beta cuck, because he had that. Oh,
R.I.P.
I'm a James Bond. I'm a and even goes and brags to Harry, and he goes, "Oh, these bitches, all they do is I do this and I do that, and they fucking melt." And Harry, who is the real CIA fucking spy, is like, "You are fucking cuck, motherfucker.
You're a cuck." And it's so, and this is the beauty of it though, is like it's obvious to the person who is that guy, right? Like if you try to fake masculinity, and this is the reason why I don't like these like PUA dating coach guys, right? Because what they'll do is they're like this, yeah, man, grow this beard and do this and try to be this alpha man. Like, dude, trust me, women will see through that, right? Because you're basically wearing like a uniform, right? It's like putting on like it's like saying like, yeah, I'm a Navy SEAL, bro. And let's just say you got all of your pins and everything, right?
Yeah.
And you all you do, you put on an outfit. And people look at you like, because now this is the beauty of it though. When someone goes, yo, Lofty, what battalion? Where were you at? What missions were you on? You can't answer those questions, right? So you look the part, but you don't have those receipts.
You're like, battalion? Is that an espresso drink?
Which one is that? I played the game Steel Battalion because this is what happens. And Lofty, I want your take on this, man. We talk about the true lies, the nobodies. Let's get into masculinity and revenge flicks. And our man Dirty Dan asked the question, what do you think about those, one of the ultimate revenge flicks? Not about to say Dirty Harry movies. With Charles Bronson, we got Death Wish. What do you think about the Death Wish movies?
So I went, like, when I was like 14, I like went through like a phase when I was watching all this stuff. I haven't seen that movie in about 12 years. Mm-hmm. It's kind of foggy, but I know it's a classic. Maybe somebody else could take this one. Mm-hmm. But yeah, if we're moving, this isn't really a revenge thing, but I was going to mention this when I hopped on. this topic got me. I was like, I didn't really have time to like do some research, but I was thinking about a character in particular. I don't know if you talked about him. A kind of a different version of what we've been discussing, but Harrison Ford in Blade Runner.
Oh, Deckard.
Now that movie, the only reason I'm bringing this up is because Anita fucking Sarkeesian. Am I allowed to swear on this?
Yep.
Okay, so Anita Sarkeesian.
I thought you were about to say Yellow Flesh because he fucking hated Blade Runner.
She made this like series about Deckard and how he would like raped Rachel or something in one of the scenes of the movie. You guys remember that scene where he threw up against the wall? She's
grape.
No, it wasn't a rape. Now here's what she forgot. What she just these people who like hate, they want to say toxic masculinity. That's like their thing. That's their grift. But Rachel in that film was basically traumatized and suicidal because she didn't know whether or not she essentially wasn't sure if she was a person or a replicant at one point. And she was struggling with that, and she was having like an emotional breakdown. And that scene when he throws her up against the windows and like kind of forces himself on her in a way, to the point where she embraced it after a few, pushbacks.
Yep.
He knew what she wanted at that point.
Oh, absolutely.
She needed someone to affirm her humanity. She needed someone to show her some level of intimacy, and that was the only thing that was going to break her out of this traumatized, depressed state. And like people like to spin that as like a rape scene. It's literally not. It's a man taking a woman in his arms and making her feel seen and the fact that she's a replicant kind of complicates it, but you know what I mean?
Well, she still gets the validation. She gets that attention. She gets the validation, and
exactly.
That whole thing that women say, right? I want to feel like that was the old song, right? You make me feel like a natural woman, and well, Lofty, I'll tell you something that gets missed in movies when it comes to masculine characters. If you can recall the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, right? The original.
Yeah. The 90s.
I saw that.
1990
or whatever.
I saw
which
that
is God tier.
Last week.
Oh God, it never gets old.
I like all three of them, but whatever. Yeah.
The original is so great, and here's one of the things that gets missed in that movie, right? Do you remember the relationship between April O'Neil and Casey Jones? Very contentious, right?
It's a sort of a love-hate relationship.
It's a love-hate thing.
He treats her bad, but he really wants to get her in her pants.
He does.
And she treats him like sort of a feminist.
She does. She's very combative with him.
Always had that smirk.
She would,
even when she was super pissed.
She would be furious with him. And so, Lofty, there's a scene in that movie that gets, like I said, it's one of those, blink, you'll miss it. It's after the Turtles suffer their defeat. And they flee to April's dad's farmhouse, right? There's a very key moment there. April is writing in her little journal about all of the turtles, right? And she's giving this is the update. This is how Leo is doing because Raph is hurt. This is what Donatello's doing. Then she gets to Casey Jones, and this is her quote. She's been feuding with him and berating him the whole time, right? Mm-hmm. This is how she describes Casey Jones in her journal. She goes, and then there's Casey Jones, an 8-year-old boy trapped in a grown man's body. He'd almost be cute if he wasn't. So she starts berating him again, right? All these like disses and stuff. But Lofty, as she's saying it, she has an ear-to-ear grin, right?
Yep.
She's like, and then this Casey Jones, she's like, it's the smirk, right? Mev, you know what I'm talking about, right? She has this huge smirk as she is because, and you know what's crazy? In the very next scene, she's still similar to Leia and Han. She's still combative, right?
Yes.
And do you know what he does? He tries to give her a massage because he comes up behind her. Remember that, Lofty?
Yeah, that's the best scene. Yeah,
it's the best scene
because down into the chair.
She goes like this. I'm like, get off of me. And rather than cuck, you know what he does, Meff?
Yeah.
Slams her ass right in that chair, and she goes like this. Oh.
Yeah, she gives in. Yeah. It's great. And she likes the massage. She loves the massage
because that's what she needed.
Not gonna lie,
exactly that's the Harrison Ford thing all over again.
That
it
actress
is.
could fucking get it back then.
Oh,
Now,
yeah.
now
Judith Hogue was hot as a kid, man.
ginger, freckles all over.
Oh god, yeah, man. Well, I mean, Lofty's a ginger because reasons.
No. No, fuck gingers.
You know what,
I mean,
Drex?
they're all crazy.
Yeah,
We're,
now they're all black.
We're
all
an hour and a
crazy.
half in. We should actually introduce the guests.
Oh, we did an introduction.
Oh yeah.
Well, Lofty, at
Tim-
least plug your
Tim,
stuff,
Tim,
man.
Wait, Tim. Let me ask you 2 questions. How was your Subway?
It was good.
Great. When you went out, were there 2 Nigerians with a rope there?
Oh, this is not MAGA country, man.
It wasn't
They-
2
No,
a.m.
it's not MAGA
Yeah,
country. Okay.
this is Canada.
Oh,
They were actually Justin Trudeau supporters. They were on their way to peg him.
I was gonna say you lived in a better country than I do, but lately, no.
They were actually gingers, and Hollywood just didn't have a chance to race swap them yet.
Of course.
They weren't
well.
Nigerians yet. They will be Nigerians tomorrow, probably.
And trans.
Yeah.
And one's in a wheelchair.
And the other one has no arm.
Oh god, of course.
Yeah. Do you want me to do the introduction? This is Lofty. He was in my podcast too.
Yeah,
was
talked
he?
about
With-
Dead Poets
yeah,
Society.
we did. Dead Poet Society.
Oh.
Also with Robin Williams. Also a
Ethan Hawke.
sort of a masculine figure, a supplement father figure, but it's all fucking messed up because it went to not the hyper masculinity, but it went to the stupid conservative masculinity, which is weird because
Right.
you don't know who the good father figure is because the father figure for the boy who killed himself
Yep.
was supposed to be protective of him, and all he did was drive him to suicide. He
Yeah.
drove him to having an emotional response rather than looking at looking at the situation correctly, where it was just too far. And Robin Williams' character was the supplement father figure where he sat down and was like, okay, if this is your passion, you confront your dad and you speak. The problem is the boy didn't speak out, didn't stood up to his authoritarian father, where maybe that would have gained him some respect. He didn't have respect from his dad because he wasn't masculine, and the dad didn't realize what's happening until the end.
Yep.
That's a big deal, though. Because let's face it. In most movies, you are witnessing whoever the main character is, right? Whoever that guy is. It's just his journey. Not like you don't really see too many. Like dads are usually reserved for movies that involve children, right? Like Mystic River, stuff like that, where there's a story that involves kids.
Yeah.
Even Goonies, right? Like usually you don't get the like that father figure viewpoint, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. In
It's
Goonies,
very
you don't
rare.
really have a father figure. You have Josh as the not Josh Brolin, Brad, the older brother, but
Yep.
he's tagging along. Again, we just covered this. He's tagging along. It is very much a children's adventure where it's kids being kids, playing outside, trying to save the neighborhood by getting to this buried treasure, as we say. If you simplify this for 10 seconds or for 2 sentences, there's no main father figure. The only kind of father-son relationship, in a weird way, is Sloth and Chunk, where they bond. It's not really a father. It's more like a brother, kind of weird brother, older brother, younger brother type deal. It's really weird because there's no real father figure in that one. let me see. I was gonna bring it up before because I had Al Pacino in my mind. With father figure rather than the actual father is Any Given Sunday.
Yep.
Any Given Sunday, you can see a lot of female male relationship because you had the old gruff masculine coach, you had the young female led team, you had the old quarterback with with his wife, and the dynamic between the guy who wants to go on his shield but not really, with the old quarterback with Dennis Quaid, and the wife being the more dominant, masculine presenting, as he is more the beta.
He kind of just goes through the motions of like, this is my job. You know?
In comes in Jamie Foxx.
Yep.
Where Jamie Foxx is looking for that father figure, right? He comes from I think he's come from a single mom. I'm not sure. I think he taps into that, but doesn't matter. He comes in, and Al Pacino, the head coach, becomes his actual surrogate father, where he's the one that teaches him how to interact with the other boys in the group, right?
Yep.
Don't be this, be humble. Don't listen to.
He's very flashy. He's very flamboyant.
And when he goes too far, that's where the team smacks him, and he realized, I needed to listen to the father figure, the coach. I needed to listen to the coach, and when he does, everything kind of falls in line, along with Dennis Quaid's character, where he does it to just do it because his wife is literally on his fucking heels. But then he discovers the love of the game through Willie Beeman, where he becomes more of a sideline guy and letting the young guy, the young buck, taking control, bringing him to the cup. Not really, they get to the semis or whatever, but they get to that win where even as a man, you're washed up. That's your time to go. Take it to the sideline and be the strategist rather than the warrior on the field.
Well, and both of them are equally valuable because let me ask you this, Lofty. We've seen lots of like mentor type characters, and I was watching Popcorn in Bed's channel about this, where she became a fan of Rocky by sitting there watching through the movies, and she found it very unique that you had a situation where Mick is Rocky's mentor, and then all these years later with the Creed movies, Rocky is in the same position Mick was in. You see what I'm saying? Because this, Lofty, when you're growing up, you can't imagine being old, right? Like no one young imagines being old.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You can't imagine being 60 years old. You're like, I can't imagine being 60. But then there comes a point in your life where it's like, it becomes real to you. Like I said, once you start hitting like 30 and 40, you're like, yeah, look, dude, this is my 5-year plan or my 10-year plan. Right. One day I'll be 60. Because you start saying, when I get to 60, this is the situation I want to be in, right? You start kind of thinking it in those terms. So as Rocky is now withered and old and everyone has passed on, right? There's no Paulie, there's no Mick, there's no Apollo, there's no Adrian. Rocky doesn't really want to be here anymore, right? And yet when he wants to leave, when he gets that cancer diagnosis, right? What ultimately gives him the strength? What gives him that push? It's kind of what Meff said. The young buck can always reignite that fire that's like basically, it kind of like dies out in you, which is what we talk about with Luke and Anakin, right? It's like there's something about youth that like reawakens that passion in you.
Yes. Yeah, I'm trying to think of another parallel to that. I'm going through my list here. How many Creed movies are there at this point?
2.
Okay, and they're doing a 3rd.
Yep, of course. You know how that works.
Yeah. Hey,
there's always a sequel, right?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, people like those movies. Although I kind of don't want them to do another Top Gun. You know what I mean? I'm just kind of like, I
hope they don't.
Yeah, I like how they did a follow-up after a long period of time, and we got to do a reunion. But I don't really want to keep going with that franchise. But yeah. Yeah. I was gonna say something, but I forget.
Oh, it happens. Look, you're getting to be that old thing in.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Like when you're a kid, you're like, the closest it gets to that is, oh, when I grow up, I want to be an astronaut or something. You know what I mean? Like that's about the extent of your like desire to want to like grow up. You just want to like, you want to be able to do something cool and.
Yep.
That's
well, I think we all do. Lofty,
Yeah.
earlier I was talking about when you're a kid and you see Predator, right?
Yeah.
And I'll tell you something that has been lost, right? Because there's nothing but cucks in movies now. The what if conversations have gone away, right? Now the movie is so spoon-fed and garbage that you just watch it, you just kind of go like this. Oh, there it was, special effects. But do you guys remember, Lofty, back in the day, you had the what if talks, right? Because you saw the adventure and you started having all these what ifs, right? Like you actually, this was touched on in that 70s show, because all Eric talks about is Star Wars once he sees it, right? And it kind of unleashes everyone's inner nerd where they're just like, yo, bro, what if this? What about that? You always have those conversations. And I don't think there's very much of that now, because like now the movies have been so diluted and they're preaching at you rather than entertaining you.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's very few films that come out that you sit down, you don't know what's going to happen, and B, it's something new and original. It's not like something you've seen before, retreaded, retold differently, remade. That's not happening. I mean, It kind of is, but yeah, like that sense of what if, or like exploring like the pinnacle of like human imagination, right? Christopher Nolan still kind of does this, and a few other people, but yeah, it's really kind of being watered down.
It's being watered. Lofty, you don't see it like when we were growing up. It didn't matter the genre, right? It didn't matter if it was action, if it was a drama movie. Like you could watch Pulp Fiction, have all kinds of conversations about what if.
Yep.
Right. You could then turn around and watch like a Spielberg movie, right? And start saying, what the hell? I remember watching Minority Report, and Nick and I were talking about that at dinner after the movie. Like, but there was always something to talk about. Most movies now, Meff, have you had this with your wife? You go see a movie with your wife, and the movies are so trash now. It ends, you're like this. What'd you think? It was all right. Okay.
Yeah.
I just had that. You
know what I'm talking about, right?
Saturday morning, we watched the new Jamie Foxx movie on Netflix, Power. I think it's called Power. It's not terrible, and it's not full of CGI, and it had a sort of a twist on the modern comic book hero, but it didn't nail it down because it has to had that
the
black woman
character. Yeah,
she didn't save the day. She didn't save the day, but overall, it's like, will we watch this movie again? Probably not. It's like, probably not. It's not terrible. It's not woke. It's not super woke. Right. But it seems like every time there's a little bit of a problem or somebody doesn't know how to do something.
Oh, here we go. She knows.
The black woman knows.
She knows, always.
She knows.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up.
How?
Well, I mean, female characters are always going to be Mary Sue's now. But I will say this, though. Lofty, we talk about, the masculine man creates better storytelling. Better storytelling creates better movies. Do you know what better movies creates? Besides, a fan base and a lore and all that?
Better men.
It not only creates better men, I'll tell you what it creates. It creates more rewatchability.
Yes.
I have no desire to watch anything that comes out now, Lofty.
Yeah.
Lofty, show me a movie. And I'm like, I watch, I go like this, okay. And I don't watch it again. Lofty, you can remember being a kid growing up. Dude, I bet you every guy that you know of a certain age has seen the movie Terminator 2 more than once. I've never heard someone say, I saw it once. Yeah, I saw Terminator 2 one time and never saw it another time. No. These people watched movies. And Meff, you remember that? You would hit, back in the VHS days, right? Terminator 2 ended. You hit stop, rewind,
Yeah.
and then when it played, you went right back and rewatched it.
Yeah. For me, that was.
Empire Strikes Back.
Oh yeah, that's everybody's.
Back
Yep.
home.
Great one.
12:30. Watch it once, twice, third time. Dad walks in.
Oh, do you put it into it?
No,
Oh.
the end. He came in at the end.
Oh, at the end? Okay. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
you weren't
great.
supposed to
I
be
love it.
watching that or something?
So I was supposed to be out playing soccer with
Oh.
my friends, but as soon as the VHS went into the house,
Yeah.
I think I told you this, Lofty, before we started the podcast. Our thing, right, was the video rental store.
Yeah.
Dad went in a Thursday evening. Has to be Thursday evening because you maximize your rental days.
Yeah.
Because it's a 2 to 3 day rental, but Saturday does not count. So you had it Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and you had to return it by Monday morning.
Yep.
So on the way to work, my dad returned everything. And he had at least 7 cassettes. 2 of them are like cartoons or like I wouldn't even know who Gumby is or was if I didn't have a VHS of Gumby, the compilation or whatever, the best episodes, right?
Oh yeah.
2 cartoons has to be, one of them has to be Warner Brothers cartoons because fuck Disney. The other 2 are like family oriented movies, so kids movies. The rest adult, not adult as in porn, but adult themed movies.
Terminator.
Like that.
The Don
I
Bluth
watched
films.
Everything. I watched everything from the age
Yeah, I
of
did too.
7. I watched everything. Some of the things I didn't even understand, but I watched it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was watching crazy. Well, my dad was, he didn't care what I watched. He wouldn't, he was conservative, but we watched 28 Days Later, and I was like,
great.
14 years old, you know, like stuff like that, like Kill Bill when I was pretty young, like that. I feel like that kind of stuff is fun. Like, you know, these are fantasy movies, really. They're not realistic, but when you're growing up like that, you kind of want a little bit of edge in your entertainment. And for me, it was Kill Bill and Jurassic Park. I would Kill Bill later, but Jurassic Park when I was like 10, I would put that on repeat. I'd probably seen that movie 50 times. And like, you know, I just can't imagine doing that again with any of the recent, maybe 1 or 2 recent films that I can think of. But
I'm the only guy in the world that hates Jurassic Park.
really, oh no, it's
I don't hate
Hey,
it. I'm just indifferent.
I'm the only guy in the world that hates E.T.
Oh wow.
Oh,
I was a.
I might be the only guy in the world who's never seen E.T. all the way through.
You can skip it.
I mean, I know
there's
the
a lot of
memes.
No, actually,
I know the
you
memes.
should watch it once. Yeah, any movie is worth watching at least once.
You know what?
Even
actually,
I mean, not
I
the
agree.
best of the woke, but at least once.
I agree. Drex, you and I have to watch The Last of Us Part 2 when they adapt it into movie format.
it's already movie for me.
That movie,
Yeah, right.
that movie will cause divorces.
That is when there's trash like that.
Yeah.
All you can do, and this is the reason why it's such a big deal. One of the things that it's kind of goes to this whole episode, which is they're trying to kill off masculinity. Like when they yeeted Joel, Lofty, you know what that was about. Meff knows what it was about. They don't want strong masculine characters.
No.
They want strong women and beta cucks.
Yeah, they like this archetype where men, in their post-masculine days, have like they basically become weak and frail, and then they fall, and then they have like a tragic, final days, and then they kind of just die and disappear. Like they did it with, Luke Skywalker. They did it with Joel.
Joel, Luke Skywalker, they're doing it. They did to Obi-Wan in his own show. Doctor Strange, like they're always trying to cuck the guys that, like I said, the boys grow up idolizing and wanting to see. Yeah, James Bond. I mean,
James Bond riding bitch on a motorcycle.
Yeah, that can't happen, Lofty. Like If you imagine like the old James, could you imagine Sean Connery riding bitch?
No,
It just would like you would see that image in the '60s and just be like, no, this is just wrong. No, we're not having James Bond ride bitch. But I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break and then we'll get to the calls. I'll be back in just one second.
Not even Timothy Dalton, who was arguably the worst Bond. You wouldn't see him ride bitch. Timothy Dalton is a fucking phenomenal actor. You wouldn't see him. Don't worry, man. I'll hold the fort.
You and Lofty hold the fort. I gotta do bathroom break as well, and then we'll take the callers.
Yeah, no worries. So you wouldn't see Timothy Dalton in doing anything like that. You wouldn't see Pierce Brosnan.
No. Well, Pierce Brosnan rode on him. I think the chick was behind him, right? But they were handcuffed, and he still was fucking riding the motorcycle. So
Timothy Dalton was riding a fucking cello's case to get away from the crooks.
Yeah,
I mean that was one of the greatest scenes in that stupid fucking movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, you wouldn't see Bond as an archetype. You wouldn't even see Austin Powers, the avatar of Bond, in a satirical movie about the Bond movies. You wouldn't see him as riding bitch. He is also hyper masculine. He's trying to be the epitome of what we call toxic masculinity, or what they call toxic masculinity. But Austin Powers, he's just a man of his time, adapting to a time where he doesn't belong because he didn't grow up into it. He hasn't evolved. He's just a man of the swinging 60s. Free love and free sex and hyper masculinity, because he literally was wearing a chain with the male symbol on it.
Mm-hmm. And to be fair to Daniel Craig, he didn't start out that way. I mean, Casino Royale.
Oh, Casino Royale was great.
He
was great.
You know,
I don't like Daniel Craig as an actor. I don't like him as Bond at all. I thought
what his potential could be. I just think a lot of this writing, I think, fucked up his potential. But yeah, I prefer Pierce Brosnan. But yeah,
and I prefer Sean Connery. Everybody
Connery's
has their Bond.
Yeah.
I even though the 60s Bond was a bit, if you look at it today, is really very hokey. Most of the stunts and stuff are really very hokey. But a lot of the writing in the old Bond movies was really smart.
Yes,
because they built up to a crescendo. Goldfinger was really good. If you look just at the writing, Goldfinger was really smart building of the story. Russia with Love was a really slow build of the story. Dr. No as well, but Dr. No was. In Dr. No, they tried to be more like the book, and from that, they kind of merge into, no, this is a movie character.
Mm-hmm.
So they made it a little bit more extrovert and a little bit more crazy than the books. And the books is very tame, very much like Dr. No, in the movie Dr. No. The other ones, they're beginning to be a little bit more actiony, a little bit more crazy, but there's still a very solid story to them.
Right. And I think a lot of the early Bond films had a consistency in, even I'm pretty sure a lot of them were written by the same guy, right? I'm trying to remember. I'm looking for it now.
I think they had different writers, but the overall, let's just say this, I think it's called, the guy's name is Broccoli, the main producer, his name is Broccoli.
Yeah,
he was more like a
showrunner,
like what you would call today as a showrunner. So there's sort of a framework of what you wanna do, and the writers just pour the juice into that canister of, we have a vat that is called James Bond, and you cannot get out of that vat. and the writers just pour the story into them, and the story is what makes it. So some Bond films, the story not so much. Like I said, the earlier ones are very story driven, less actiony. Where it comes to Roger Moore and even Roger Lazenby with that one movie he did, very much actiony, and it's very much how much the actor is portraying the role. Roger Moore was very different from Sean Connery, where Sean Connery was very serious, stoic, and Roger Moore was a lot more a fun. He made it more of a fun Bond rather than a serious stoic Bond. Roger Lazenby took more from Sean Connery, where he was much more of a stoic character. But Roger Moore was more of a fun character. That's why he did the most Bond movies, because it was fun for the crowd to watch the fun Roger Moore Bond. Even when the movie is arguably terrible, I personally love The Man with the Golden Gun with Christopher Lee. A lot of people hate that movie. I fucking love it because it's very hokey. Because Bond gets to this, dojo where he judo chops a fucking ninjas.
It's also a product of its time. Like that, the 70s was kind of wild.
70s,
But
to say the least,
it's a weird movie with fucking Sheriff Pepperidge or whatever his name is.
Yeah,
he happens to be there in a vacation in Thailand or whatever it was. It's just, the movie is so dumb, but I fucking love it. It's one of my personal favorite James Bond movies.
Well, I think escapism is like the name of the game, right? Because in the Pierce Brosnan ones, I think there's always a delicate balance, right? Like Pierce Brosnan's movies got too far to escapism, and that's how they become camp, right?
Yeah.
And then the Bond movies, which were very similar to the Bourne movies, if you notice, the Daniel Craig movies that work the best are the ones that had enough daring do with grounded realism. So like Casino Royale and Skyfall are easily the best too. You see what I'm saying? Whereas when the story doesn't work during the writer's strike, you wind up with trash like
Quantum.
What's the one I never forget? I always forget. What's the second one? Casino
Quantum
Royale.
Solace.
Spectre.
No, I didn't like that. The other one.
Solace.
Quantum. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh god. Oh god. I saw that in theaters. I was literally bored. You should never be bored in a Bond film.
No. At least Skyfall was like even better than that. And
I love Skyfall.
Spectre. I think Spectre was not great, but it was better than Quantum.
Oh yeah, Quantum was god awful. I love Skyfall. Like that might be my favorite of all the Bond movies. Like because
Skyfall's awesome.
In terms of like, okay, you get the villain, you get a tortured, weathered hero, right? You get the story surrounding it, real stakes, and also here's the thing that doesn't get talked about enough. It was beautifully shot, right?
Yes, Sam Mendes.
The movie's gorgeous.
Yep.
Yeah. I'll give you an example. This is a Roger Moore James Bond movie. Came out in 1979. The name is Moonraker. Moonraker. Austin Powers, the second one, took a lot from that for their movie. In 1979, when this movie came out, it was the #1 worldwide box office, topping Original Alien, Rocky 2, and Star Trek: The Motion Picture,
and Apocalypse Now.
Before everybody knew what is the horribleness of Star Trek: The Motion Picture was, everybody was waiting for the cinematic debut of Kirk, Spock, and McCoy. Bless you, dude. Bless you.
All right.
The merciful, merciful mute. But yeah, we're gonna get the callers in.
Yeah, we got quite a few of them in. Let's get Koopa in first.
Get me out of the way first, huh?
Koopa. We got our resident goblin lover in the house.
Hello, gentlemen. Hello.
Hello.
Koopa, when you were growing up, let us know, man. What was your movie of choice that showed actually like masculine man's men kicking ass and taking names?
Fucking growing up, I mean, I'm with you on that, Drex. I did watch quite a bit of Bruce Lee as a kid. to the point where I wanted to sign up for martial arts and I ended up doing it for a while. But that was my go-to. Bruce Lee was my favorite, and I love watching Enter the Dragon. Was still my favorite to this day.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, for me it was Jackie Chan, but my cousin's all about Bruce Lee. We would have friendly arguments, but yeah, that's just both of them. And Jet Li had.
I do love Jackie's stories of when he was when he was filming Enter the Dragon, and Bruce actually like by accident whacked him in the skull.
Yeah,
he just whacked him in the skull. He's like, as soon as they yelled cut, he goes to Jackie. He goes, "Oh my God, dude, I am so sorry." And Jackie was like, "Okay, this doesn't hurt, but I'm being held by Bruce Lee, so I gotta play it up." Because even he loved Bruce Lee.
Yeah.
Who remembers the animated Jackie Chan series?
Oh,
Kids
Jackie Chan
WB.
Adventures or
Oh,
something?
dude.
Yeah.
That one had the greatest redemption arc.
Jackie Chan's Stuntmaster on PS1 was one of my favorite games. Also, it's a fantastic beat 'em up game.
And that one was great. Yeah, Jackie Chan Adventures had one of the greatest redemption arcs, because one of the villains is a big fat guy who was basically a sumo wrestler. By like season 3, I think he ends up going from being a villainous bad guy to being betrayed by the people he worked with, and Jackie being like, "Okay, you may have been evil to me, but I'm not gonna let you just be left to die. I will take care of you." And he switched sides from there.
Yep.
That was admirable from those old cartoons. I mean, even cartoons had some great masculine moments, some masculine men. It wasn't always the way it is now.
Yep.
Well, anime especially, we talked about this in the live chat, Coop, that the guys have become simps. But like when you talked about watching Bruce Lee, something that I think is missing from things now, and this goes back to what Meff and I were talking about. This is the reason why you need practical stuff happening in movies, not this fantastical shooting laser beams. Koopa, you talk about Bruce Lee. Watching Bruce Lee, I don't care who you are, it made you want to learn martial arts because you want to emulate what you saw on screen, right? Like you were like, "Oh my God,
yeah, absolutely.
I want to do that. I want to know what is he doing. I want to do that."
What I'm glad about is that it's some of the modern kids have to be shown I guess what people call the new Bruce Lee. But I do love his movies. Donnie Yen's Ip Man series.
Yeah, Donnie Yen's great.
Donnie Yen's fantastic, and like even watching that, I wanted to actually learn Wing Chun. For a while because of just how freaking fast that dude was in that movie.
Donnie Yen was amazing before Hollywood discovered him, and he's still amazing now. He's been I don't know how long his career has been, but if you go back and watch a lot of his early Hong Kong films, like not Dragon Tiger Gate, SPL, I can't remember the name of the other one. Just any early Donnie Yen movie.
I think Donnie Yen was in the movie Hero with Jet Li too, wasn't he?
I mentioned the early '90s Hong Kong movies with Jackie Chan, Chow Yun-fat, and a few others that I forgot the name of. Like it's very similar movies, very simple story, cop or brother avenging brother, something like that, and always using that stunt technique that they develop to have a very, very cinematic view of fighting, and really showing the skills of the stunt work, not necessarily the martial arts, but from that you're like, oh shit, that guy went through a glass, that guy went through 4 buildings or something.
That's actually what makes me really still to this day both simp and admire the John Wick films, because the guys who directed, you got to remember, these guys used to be stunt coordinators for the Matrix movies. Like they know the amount of patience and pain that it goes through just to make those stunts work, and the choreography behind everything. Like they even said like the camera work also needed to be choreographed. So that's why we got those amazing shots of the scene in the first one when they're trying to come and take out John after he took out a few. It brought a new era, and it finally did something I was really hoping for a long time would do to Hollywood. It would murder in cold blood the shaky cam action scene.
Oh,
and I'm happy that Hollywood, I mean, whoever gave those guys a director's chair is you know, that's a pretty great. You know, like if we didn't have, I can't remember. Is it Gareth, the guy who directed those John Wick movies? But yeah, he was a stunt coordinator, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was the one who coordinated.
He trained under Yuen Wu
Matrix.
Ping, the Crouching Tiger, Matrix, Kill Bill, that guy.
Yeah. And we get something as great as John Wick, which removed the shaky cam for action scenes.
Yeah,
it made the action scenes look amazing now, and you're no longer gonna have a freaking aneurysm trying to even enjoy watching it. That's why I couldn't get into the Bourne series, because shaky cam almost gave me an aneurysm.
Drex, we could do a whole episode on shaky cam.
Yeah. So Chad Stahelski is his name, is the director. Because I remember he's a stunt guy.
Oh yeah.
Well, and here's the thing though. I'll tell you what shaky cam ends up doing though. It takes away from seeing the action crisp and clear, right? Because by being disoriented, we can't see the moves, right? We want to be able to see it, and you can feel it. Like, how many times have you guys ever watched a movie? It's like you go like this. Ooh, you can literally feel it because the shot is right. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. They have the shot right. It's the right. It's the right special effects. I mean, like I'll give The Raid was like that.
Yeah, that's Gareth Evans. That's what I was trying to think. I get them mixed up, but yeah, Raid.
Raid was hardcore, man.
Another great example. The first Ip Man movie, when he's fighting the 10 black belts and he double joints one of the black belts and basically snaps his femur in half. It didn't shake the camera. No, you see him kick his leg at a sweet spot and double joint it between the femur, and you feel it. You hear the snap, and you're just like, fuck.
That's the old school late 80s, 90s kind of Hong Kong directorial. When I hit you, you see fucking dust.
Yeah. You have to feel it, right, man?
It's the dust that they put in so you can feel the impact. You can see the impact. If I hit you, if you see a street fight, you see two guys wailing at each other, there's nothing there. You add every single punch, you see a little bit of dust coming in. It's like, there's action here.
Yep.
It's that little bit of smart, practical thinking that makes the action pop.
Yeah. It's what happens. It's the reason why we always gravitate toward when it comes to MMA or like a boxing movie, right? When we see the hits, because once you're sweating and a guy gets hit, you see that like, right? Yeah. Like, and as an audience, you're kind of like, ooh, like, I mean, do you guys remember when Ong Bak does the running flying knee?
Yeah.
And he just, double knee to the face. My man, done, right? Like, I mean, and we crave that because like men masculinity in of itself is violent, right? Violence can be good, it can be used for evil, but it's like there's always going to be violence. So it's like even when we see a villain do something heinous, we still crave that like you guys saw like the new Texas Chainsaw Massacre on Netflix, right? When Leatherface hits Big Tex in the knee, it is so savage. You're like, oh yeah, it is one of the most savage looking practical effects because like man, my man's leg went it went all the way in, and you're like,
not just the practical effects, the sound effects.
The sound effects.
Like if the sound effects are crisp and clear and so perfectly timed, you do like
you feel it,
permanently feel it. Yeah.
I saw it with Nick and Lady Rackets, and we're all just like, oh, and she just loses. She's just screaming. She's like, ah, and I mean because he gets hit, but here's the beauty of it though. Even as he's about to get yeeted, he still wants the girl he was feuding with earlier to get out, and he tries to get the key. Remember that?
Yes, I remember
Even
that.
in his last moments.
In his last moments, he's like, you've got to go.
You got to get out of here.
Here's
like,
the key.
So it's these little things that like it's like, but they're so fleeting now.
Well, that's the one thing I really appreciate about DC. Well, not just DC, but I guess if we're comparing Shang-Chi, which is like the most, this is what we're talking about, right? Martial arts. Mm-hmm. That had like 5 minutes of like really cool action. It was so bad.
I couldn't enjoy Shang-Chi.
It was just a blah movie. It wasn't bad. It did nothing to you physically.
It's boring. Mm-hmm. But what's crazy? The Batman had better fight choreography.
Absolutely.
than Shang-Chi.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
Like there's a scene in the Batman where he's getting shot by point blank by. Now people complain about the armor would break, but if you look into the filming, how they did that shot, it was one continuous. No, sorry, it was a couple shots like spliced together. It was all practical effects. They fired actual bullets into the walls, creating actual flashes. It was none of that was lighting.
It's actually one of the reasons why people really enjoyed the Daredevil series.
And Daredevil.
Absolutely.
The Daredevil series, that first season, that hallway scene was quite infamous, including, and season 2, of course, we gotta give some love to our friend, the Punisher.
Hey, Frank Castle kept it real.
He showed no mercy.
Hey, no mercy. Like, you know what the thing is, though? Is that a character like Frank Castle, he represents... we talk about James Bond being like the male power fantasy. Yeah. I think in some ways Frank Castle might be more so because he's so much more savage than James Bond, right?
Oh yeah.
I mean, James Bond has a smoothness to him.
Because James Bond lives in a world with rules.
He's
still a spy, but there are rules. He's from the agency. There are rules where you can go. Cross. The Punisher has no rules. The only rule is the rule of the hand.
Oh yeah, Punisher Warzone. Hey man, look, I know that director went woke, but I gotta say this: when I saw that, when I was with Lady Rackets and Nick, I can't remember if someone suggested or what, but we're watching it. I can only say that the violence was delicious. It was delicious levels of violence. Like, Meff, did you ever see Punisher Warzone?
No.
You have to see it. It's must
great.
See.
It's great.
And make sure your wife watches it with you. I mean, the violence is so...
He massages a man's back of his head with his fist through his front fist.
It is like, Meff, it's Punisher Warzone. You'll watch it today in 2022, and you'll see the tear just roll down your cheek. Because do you know what happens? In your mind, it's 1988.
Hey, the dinner scene.
It's on the list.
Drex, the dinner scene.
The dinner scene. It opens. It's so savage. But Coop, let me get you up with this. If you could let guys out there know, let's say like you got a younger brother, a little kid walks up to you, and you said, "Yo, kid, here's the path that you want to get down on." What movies would you suggest to that guy?
It's hard to choose. I would definitely show him Terminators 1 and 2 because Terminator 2 is a perfect movie. To get a little later in the years, I would definitely show a lot of the Die Hard movies. Getting a little more recent, we're going towards the Ip Man movies. I definitely want them to see martial arts in the modern day because one of the things that even Jackie Chan admires Donnie Yen for is that he's able to keep himself going in martial arts in what he calls the era of distraction, for phones. So Donnie Yen's able to keep going and learning martial arts and practicing, even though there's so much distraction. So definitely that movie. And of course, I'm showing him John Wick.
Oh, got you. Gun Fu.
I missed the question. What was the question?
Oh no! If a young kid walks up to you and is like, "Well, Uncle Lofty, I want to watch movies. I want to know what it takes to be a man," and you want to, because you want him to like see movies that show. Because like I said, Lofty, there are kids that grow up today. This is no lie, man. We were talking about this in the live chat. Koopa knows because we were dissecting anime being so cucked, right? There's so many simps in anime. But think about it: a kid might grow up right now, right? Let's say he's born to a single mom, so there's no dad around. He goes to school, all women. Everywhere he goes, it's just like this feminine reinforcement, right? So he looks around and goes like this. Well, let me go watch TV and movies. All simps and cucks, right? Like so he's lost. He's like, well, I don't know what is a man. What should I be striving toward? So when a guy like Cooper starts showing him some of these martial arts movies, it goes back to what we talked about earlier. When you see Bruce Lee for the first time as a kid, you can't help like especially because Bruce Lee would always take off his shirt in his movies, right? Yep. You aspire to have that body, even if you could never achieve it. You crave. I want to look like that. Like Bruce Lee's ripped. I want to be ripped.
My nephew is a big fan of anime, so if I have to recommend an anime to any kid or anyone even here, it'd be the Hajime no Ippo series.
Yes,
it's a boxing series. It's fan-fucking-tastic. Because while he does have his simping moments, he really just doesn't care after a while, and he's really just trying his absolute hardest. He never stops training for the next fight, and the fights are so well drawn and so well choreographed. You're just like, fuck these punches. You can feel them. You can feel somebody get knocked out. You could feel how tired he gets after getting to like the 5th or 6th round because they're just going at it. Mm-hmm. That would be an anime that I would definitely recommend for some form of masculinity, of some form of you have a goal. You want to be a great boxer. You want to win the championship. You work towards it. You don't stop training. You have these training montages, and they show you their exact exercise routines that actually work in real life that I do to this day.
Nice.
That show is a go-to as well.
Yep. Damn, Cooper, we appreciate it. Thanks for coming on. Yeah, those are all great. Definitely great suggestions because, man, these kids need it, man. Meff knows, Lofty knows, Cooper knows. Like, these kids need to see this shit. Like, they need to have it because, I mean, let's face it, even the music that we listen to, right? A lot of these come from older kids, right? When you grew up, someone was usually older than you suggesting something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, man, listen to this. You know, you heard something. What is that? And then they were giving you a lore. Like, this is who Megadeth is. This is who, Biggie is. This is who, Michael Jackson. It doesn't matter who it is. But someone was usually older than you, kind of like getting you into something that you may not have heard before.
Yes. That's how it always is. I mean,
all right, Coop.
Yeah.
I'll show you out.
All right. Thank you guys for having me on.
Absolutely.
Give the goblin a kiss for me.
All right, subscribe to Migtown Podcast, subscribe to Meffistoe, and subscribe to Lofti Pixels. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you, guys.
Pleasure.
All right, see it.
Yeah.
Oh, and guy, just a note for everyone, because we do got a full room. So when you are finished, if you can leave and let someone else in, that'd be great. Next up is Dirty Dan, and then Tack is after him. So, by the way, Drex, would you say a survival movie is a good movie to show someone?
Oh, absolutely.
If they're looking for what it's like to be a man. So what would you recommend for survival?
Well, because sitting around crying doesn't work. Here's the thing. The original Rambo is a survival movie.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's a thriller. It's got action scenes, but like if you really look at it, he comes home from Vietnam, right? The world has changed. It's turned its back on him. He's going through his own post-traumatic stress.
Yep.
Ultimately, when he takes on the local PD, that's a survival movie. Predator is a survival movie. You see what I'm saying? Like, think about it. You got a bunch of buffed up commandos who spout off some of the best one-liners in movie history.
Yeah.
And then, ultimately, though, what happens? The hunters become the hunted, right? That's survival. They're literally getting whacked off one by one, right?
It's the vulnerability, right?
Yep.
Because what scares a commando? Well, it's an alien monster from another
something they
planet.
can't see or explain, and it's killing them. And you can see the fear.
That line, though, if it bleeds, we can kill it. And that's the part of the, if that's the part of the movie where you realize that you can conquer your fears.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Cut to today, the new Predator movie is called Prey.
Dude.
Fuck off.
Yeah. There's a couple recent films that I would say are doing, you really have to these are like one or two a year that come out that kind of, I'm thinking of like A Quiet Place. I don't know if you guys seen it.
I saw it.
Really good family movie with great parental role models. It's kind of a survival film, a little in a sense. But I just think that's a really good example of like a modern movie that hasn't sold itself, I think they're married, I think, Krasinski and Emily Blunt. So they pull it off really well. And then, I just think that's a good example. And the other one was The Revenant.
How did I forget this shit? Yeah, Leo.
That's a current film that.
Yeah, Tax said it. I was.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Carol Castaway, Wilson, right?
But the unique thing about Castaway is
people don't like this.
Castaway.
Don't like
Really?
Castaway. I don't know why. I like it.
I love that movie.
Yeah, it's a good
I
movie.
like it.
But the thing, the difference between Castaway and some of the other survival movies you mentioned, Tom Hanks is not playing Rambo or Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, he's a regular
right?
guy.
Yeah. He's a regular guy. He's vulnerable, right? He's fighting
flabby,
with his mental demons.
Yep.
Right? It's like, I can put myself there. Like, if I was in a plane crash and I was the sole survivor, I could see myself being like Tom Hanks.
Yeah. Well, just imagine. Yeah, exactly. Like put yourself in in the position of DiCaprio in The Revenant. Like that guy had to survive on his own for days, and like he was climbing into carcasses, like eating. I think he actually ate like raw like liver or some shit for the movie. Like
I got some trivia for you guys because they shot that movie just west of here in Kananaskis, in the Alberta Rocky Mountains,
in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, it looked gorgeous. It was a gorgeous.
Drex, I drive through that every time I go camping. It's beautiful.
Oh yeah. That movie, I remember seeing it. I remember I took a friend of mine to see it. The sub. I was seeing it with her. I'm watching it with her, and I just remember we're in the theater. I'm like, this movie is gorgeous. Like the shots,
and it's brutal.
Man.
But
it is brutal.
The funniest thing to come out of that movie is while Leonardo DiCaprio was in, because they shot it in the winter, obviously, right?
Yep.
So we have a phenomena called the Chinook winds, and it raises the temperature very rapidly. And Leo DiCaprio goes on Twitter and he's like, "Man, I saw global warming happening right in front of me." Look it up.
Yeah,
he thought the Chinook, and the Chinook is just downsloping wind. It gets very warm. It's very dry, so it melts the snow quickly, right? Yeah, and he's like, "Oh my God, guys, I saw global warming."
We take these people too seriously. These actors, their job is to be who we want them to be. You know what I mean? Like, and like a lot of the times, like they have high standards for themselves, right? So they're doing the best they can do. They craft these characters, and like it's all fun to watch and engage with. But then when you take that away, and like they go home, and then they sit down and get on their computer and on their Twitter, they're just regular people who probably have less time to even engage with the shit that they're talking about because of their crazy schedules. So they don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Nope.
None of these actors, like we hold them like to this high standard of like, oh my God, they must know a lot because they're worldly, but they're not. They're not worldly. They don't know shit.
Very few.
Okay, before I get Dirty Dan in here, one more movie they shot here in Calgary. The TV adaptation of Last of Us. The good one, not the bad one. The good one.
Wait, there was one?
What?
Oh, wait, there is.
Well, we got part one. So,
part one.
They're doing this show of basically part one, which I think is
with
stupid.
Pedro Pascal.
I mean, I'm excited to see how it looks.
Yeah, I am too. I'll watch it.
I do remember. They shut down some of the downtown.
I have no faith in Pedro Pascal. Sorry.
I mean, I'll watch it once, just like you said, Meff. I'll watch it once. I'll turn on the first couple of episodes and I'll be like, eh. But no, I'm excited to see like some of the cityscape of the city of Calgary because they shut down like downtown and then they towed in all these beat up cars and threw fake moss on them.
Nice.
Yeah.
So they actually there was an ad. I could show you guys a screenshot. There was an ad where they wanted old beat up cars as long as they were not white.
Oh wow.
So they had to be like brown, gray, black, right? But they would the production company would literally pay you a couple $100 and they just take your car.
Oh, I can see that. That's nice.
If you had like a 90s or an early 2000s
I'm sure they can go to a junkyard too, right? Go to a junkyard and just grab a bunch of junk.
Well, the problem with the junkyard cars though is they're all beat up and all the panels are beat up, so it doesn't look like an abandoned car.
Oh
yeah,
like true.
It got run over by a bulldozer.
True.
Yeah. So these cars here that didn't have a lot, even if they had a little bit of exterior damage, right? As long as they weren't too if it didn't look like they went through the compactor.
Yep.
It would give you the sense of an abandoned car.
Anyways, yeah, true.
Yeah. Anyways, let's get Dirty Dan in here.
All right. Our man, Dirty Dan. Dan, what is up?
Sup, everybody?
All right. Dan, you know all about, you've survived your own horror movie with a German Shepherd.
Oh, there it is.
So anyone who's known, Dirty Dan knows all about masculinity and ball creams. Don't use the damn ball cream. Now, Dirty Dan, when it comes to movies,
use the ball cream. You shut your mouth.
Dan, when it comes to these ball creams, man, you survived it. Your hair, your ball hair is gone. It's cool. But in terms of masculinity, Dan, we'll let you off the hook. In terms of tough dudes in movies, man, what kind of guy do you think can survive ball cream on screen?
Pie Mac. Do y'all know who Ty Mac is?
The hell is it? Ty Mac.
All right. So he's from like when kind of to draw it back to like all the martial arts movies of like the mid '80s. Last Dragon.
Okay, yeah. I remember Last Dragon. Yep, Bruce Leroy.
Yep. Ty Mac was Leroy.
Oh, I didn't know his real name. I always just thought it was Bruce Leroy.
Yep. We all knew him as Leroy.
Yep.
That was like the first.
The Last Dragon. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah, Last Dragon was great. Show enough.
Oh god,
Okay.
that was like the first martial arts movie that I've seen, like even before Bruce Lee movies.
Oh wow.
It was the only one my dad had, so I just went with that.
Well, let me ask you this though, Dirty Dan. When you're growing up, obviously you have dad there. You're the son. What was your reaction as a boy seeing movies like, say, Over the Top, right, where it's a boy and his dad on this adventure in the road trip? He's a trucker and he's got to win this arm wrestling, right? What do you think about stuff like that, like seeing boys with their dads in movies?
I mean, I had to think about what type of audience they're trying to go to, because if you're like me and have a good relationship with your dad, then you can everything's like, oh yeah, hey, done that before.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say earlier. Like, I wonder how some kids perceive these. No, I my dad's great. Like, I didn't have any. He was a great role model. So I'm wondering if like I connected more with like fantastical stuff than I did with kind of like relational like family value stuff, because my family's was like, my family's great. So like, I was watching, like I said, Jurassic Park, like sci-fi movies and shit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Same
Do you
here.
think like if you have a bad family life, like you tend to gravitate to some of these movies, like you want it? You know what I mean? I guess.
Yeah, you okay.
Yeah.
So I think if you have a bad family life, you're saying that a guy might be more apt to escape to what is considered normal family life, right? Whereas if you have a good family,
I
Meff, what do you
can
think about
attest
that?
to that.
What
I
do
can
you think about
attest to
that
that. I'll tell you, my parents got divorced when I was 10 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And by the time I was 12, 13, my dad didn't show up at all. So I basically grew up with a single mom.
Mm-hmm.
Yet, most of the movies I consumed without any problem, because my mom would give me free reign to do whatever I want, because, most of the movies I consumed was the movies you would expect to watch as a 13, 14-year-old boy, where most of my friends were, the little I have, was doing the same kind of thing, having a normal kind of boy childhood. And most of my male role models were these hyper masculine kind of guys, but I was lucky. And by the time my dad kind of, snapped into being back when I was 17, 18-year-old going into the army, my dad kind of, I need to teach this boy some lessons. And we had like 6 months before I enlisted where I spent a lot of time with my dad and kind of learned the stuff that I should have learned when I was 13, 14-year-old, right? Because he kind of, hello, wake up. It's time to be a man and teach your son how to do things. My brother didn't get that at all. My brother didn't get that at all. And I can see it today where he acts and how he, conducts himself. But he had the same kind of role models. He was watching he's 37. He watched the same things I watch. He venerates these same guys, but with a different twist. With a different twist, because my dad was
You have to be hands-on.
Critical years, the teenage years were missing for us. And it was so important. The stuff that I conduct myself today, I know how this works. And the education I give to my boy and a little bit to my girl, because you have to tell her about how guys supposed to treat her, right? Because this is the role model.
You become the role model. I want to ask you this, Dan. We talk about Meff is saying lessons learned in how to, in terms of like from boyhood and transitioning to manhood. What was the favorite lesson that you learned from your dad that you saw in a movie? That you're like, I relate to that. I had that conversation with my dad, or something like that.
It's kind of hard to say because much like Lofty, I was watching all the Jurassic Park, the Star Wars, all that type of stuff. Mm-hmm. So really, when it came to family centric movies, the only time I saw any of those were on the Hallmark channel.
Oh,
so those movies that single moms watch with a wine bottle in their hand and shit.
Yep.
Yeah, no, that wasn't for me. But yeah,
it's a hard question. I'm trying to think about that too.
I can give you an example.
I can't think of anything, right?
Yeah, give me an example,
in the movie Iron Monkey, right? In the movie Iron Monkey, when we got our guy, he's about to leave, right? And he's explaining to his son that he has to go, and he goes, "A strong man sheds blood before tears," right? Because he's literally divorced himself from his son to protect his son, right? Because the villains are coming after him. And he's basically telling him, "Don't cry." And you know what the boy does? He goes, so he starts crying because his dad is leaving him, right? And he smacks him. What did I just say? And he, repeat. Obviously, it's in foreign language. He's like, strong man sheds blood before tears. He goes, "That's right." And then so the camera shifts to where the dad is, and when he turns his head like this, he has the tears coming down his eyes. You see what I'm saying? So it goes. It's one of those lessons where it goes back what Meff was saying earlier about Good Will Hunting. You can cry in the presence of a man because men don't hold it against you. Yep. Women will lose all respect for you if you're sitting there crying, right? Oh, he's just a bitch. But it's but when it comes to guys, though, when it is the masculine burden of you're not allowed to be weak. You see what I'm saying? Because when I was growing up, we weren't allowed to cry growing up. When we got whooped, you had to take it. So you're screaming because you're getting hit with a damn switch or an extension cord, and they would tell you better not cry. And so when I got hit by a car, didn't cry. All these things that would happen, you think whether it be emotional trauma, physical trauma, you expect a kid to start crying. And so I'm sure you've heard of this, Dan, is that if you're in pain, people either laugh or cry, right? So when I'm in pain, you'll know I'm in pain because I'll be sitting there laughing. I had knee surgery and I'm in excruciating pain, right? But I'm laughing all the time. And so I go, dude, when you think that I'd be sitting there crying, oh God, I'm in so much pain. No, when you see me laughing, especially if something happened, when I had my appendix removed, stuff like that means I'm in excruciating pain. So it was one of those things where it kind of got instilled into me. Crying is not accepted. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. We're not going to do this because it's, Dan, I don't know if you were in the Discord chat when we talked about this. It's one of the reasons why I can't relate to modern day anime. The characters are always crying and being whiny and shit. I don't want to see effeminate, beta, crying dudes. No, I want masculine, strong heroes. Kenshiro from Fist of the North Star, right?
Yeah.
There was nothing soft about Kenshiro in Fist of the North Star. He walks through and he's a one-man wrecking crew. There's no tears. There's none of this whining.
Same with Guts from Berserk, and then
all right, now we're on the anime talk.
Yeah, but to be fair, I'm out of my element. I'm out of my element because probably the only anime I've seen is Cowboy Bebop original.
Not a bad choice.
It was due to all my feelings. Dude, stop what you're doing. Stop.
Yep.
Go watch it. Just watch it. I hate doing reaction videos. It's I had to do a reaction video for each and every single episode for that. It's so cringy, I know, but it was just to push me to watch that series. And as soon as episode 5 rolled in, I literally texted my friend. It was oh, this is going down because it's episode 5. It's Fallen Angel. Mm-hmm. It's super hyper masculine if you think about it.
Yep.
There's no ifs or buts. Oh, it's Vicious. Vicious is coming. I'm going to challenge him. I'm going to do it. I'm going to go into the fire and deal with it.
He goes so far into the fire that he pulls a grenade pin as he's being thrown out of a window by his face.
Face first. Yeah. The face. He's
and he drops a grenade.
Well, let me ask you this though, Dan. Speaking of villains, who is your favorite masculine villain?
Oh shit. Oh god, it's been a while since I've watched any type of like movie like that. Because we're starting to dip into the anime thing, like, okay, I can do something here. And then just jumped right back out.
You
I'm
can
like,
dip.
shit.
You can dip.
What about I guess he's considered. He's kind of a psychopath, but No Country for Old Men. Anton Chigurh.
Anton Chigurh is no joke, fam.
Yeah, he is no joke.
He is no joke. My man is. I mean, let's face it. There's something to be said about the threat of an actual sociopath, right? Because Tommy Lee Jones' character represents what I think is the most natural response to, like he said, a threat that he's a threat that he couldn't understand, right? Mm-hmm. He couldn't understand, like I mean, and that's kind of being, Tommy Lee Jones' character in that movie, Sheriff Bell, as he's going through the motions in his mind of what could happen by taking on Anton Chigurh. Do you remember that scene where he when he says what kind of person goes back to a crime scene, right? Yeah. When he opens that door, he knows the killer is in there, right? Mm-hmm. Part of what makes you masculine is that you have rational, critical thinking skills, right? A beta jumps into a situation because of emotion, right? He realizes, bro, I could wind up getting yeeted right here because this dude this is a different kind of killer, and he assesses that reality and says to himself, yeah, I should leave. It's one of the rare movies where Josh Brolin's character, he doesn't actually come face to face with the killer, right?
Right.
Very unique.
They're couple car lengths away.
But they never are sitting right next to each other. And it goes to show you, though, is like, Dan, let me ask you this, and we'll get you out of here. If you are a kind of person who is dealing with some kind of crazy odds, whether it be deranged psychopath, assassin, or whatever, how do you view dealing with that if you're the guy in charge of responding to, like I said, we saw this in The Dark Knight, right? Batman is basically, Harvey Dent sacrifices his reputation. He's saying, I'm the Batman. How would you, combat craziness, right? Anarchy, chaos. How would you combat that?
I would think you would have to do a mixture of rational thought and then try to match their crazy.
Mm-hmm. Right, not go too far. Yeah, I see that a lot, actually. That's yeah.
Yeah. But thanks for taking the words out of my mouth.
Sorry. I was thinking of an example, and I didn't want to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. I'll dip back into anime. How many of you have heard of Psycho-Pass?
Oh, that's a great one.
That's a great one. The first series guy is in Psycho-Pass. I have this they police by some sort of AI is already determined who's a criminal, who's not.
Yep.
So
yeah,
so there's this one guy. It's they go by colors, and I think if you're white, this is probably the funniest part. If you're white, then that means you are safe in the solar system, and then the color continues to darken until you hit black. It means that you're a fucking insane criminal.
Yeah, that show has some really fucked up morality to the villain, and it's it's kind of like what you were saying. You kind of have to you have to kind of empathize with the psychopath to an extent, but you don't want to become the psychopath.
Mm-hmm.
You can go so far, but then you got to shoot him in the head.
Yeah, this is perfectly emulated in the show Hannibal, or the book. If you read Will Graham and Hannibal Lecter, Will Graham is kind of, he occasionally he goes a little bit too far, but he's the perfect protagonist because he can empathize with Hannibal and he understands him, but he's tethered to reality. He has dogs that he cares about. Which is also a really interesting. He doesn't have a family, but he loves dogs. So it's you have to be tethered to reality in some way. That's kind of the only way to take on somebody like that.
But, well, I think that you have to be equally as skilled. You know what I'm saying? I brought up the movie Heat.
Yeah.
In Heat, the cop and the robber are basically the same person.
Yep.
You know, at the end of the day, they're literally the only difference between Vincent Hanna and Neil McCauley is that Vincent still stays in a form of rules, which is of course the LAPD or whatever, but also when he uses that line, get clean shots, watch your background. He's not willing to just aim blindly and shoot into a crowd. Neil is, right? He's willing to shoot blindly into a crowd in order to secure his escape with his best friend Chris, which is sociopathic behavior, where you care about your people, but you don't care if you just go shoot, some rando in the head because, well, hey, they were in the way, right?
Yeah.
And then that's the clear difference between those two characters. And it's like, but like we as an audience, I mean, let's face it, we relate more to Neil's character, right? I mean, everyone who watches, I've never heard someone say they watched Heat and they're like, I really related to Vincent's character more. No, you naturally are related more to the character that says, I'm trying to get out of this life. And let's face it, he was going nowhere, right? Yeah, he could get money and all that stuff from scores, but he had no love in his life, right? He meets Edie, and you saw he basically was starting to regain his own humanity back, right? Because you lose your humanity. Like the more evil things you do, you start to and it's what Meff talked about earlier with Darth Vader, making that circle back. You lose your humanity, right? I mean,
you lose your soul.
You lose your soul. So it's like and George Lucas talks about that in the director commentary. He's like, Darth Vader's like the Tin Man, right? This guy is trying to literally regain his soul because he's lost all of his humanity, and that's why each movie it shows a character who is selfish who becomes selfless, right? At first, it's Han Solo who makes a turn. Then it's Lando Calrissian who makes the turn, which of course sets up for what? Vader's final redemption, right? Where he finally makes it. But if you notice, the closer you are to being a moral person, the easier it is to make that turn, right? Lando doesn't want to do any of the things that he's doing, right? He's just appeasing Vader. But at the end of the day, it's not hard for Lando to make that switch. Vader is watching his own son be electrocuted to death. Look how long it takes him to make that turn. After everything that's happened, right? This man is in his 40s and looks like he's 100 years old. It still takes that much for him to finally break out of that chain in his own mind. But Dan, any last words?
If I were going to say to someone to watch a movie, I'd say Death Wish. If you want a good revenge series, Death Wish is a good series.
Do you like the Charles Bronson ones, like the old school ones?
The Bruce Willis one was kind of okay. But the Charles Bronson
it was dog shit. No, it was.
That's why I say kind of. That's why I say kind of okay.
If you put them side by side, original
side by side, Charles Bronson wins immediately. But as a standalone film, though, typical action movies of like 2015.
Yeah, I would say so as well.
And
what was your favorite death scene in that? Because all the old 80s action movies always had great death scenes.
I'll point myself to Death Wish 3. When they're starting to debut the sidearm that Bronson's character has. Like, he goes around with the camera slung over his shoulder, the guy steals it and just shoots him and puts like a giant fucking hole in his back, in his chest, and everywhere else. With like the Wildy 475. With that monster and with pro grips, that'd be my favorite death scene.
Oh god, I miss
killed Smiley.
Dan, I miss great death scenes. Period. Right? Like Commando had great ones. Right? These movies were like guys just. I mean, great explosions. The death scene mattered.
Steve Bennett.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Even Transformers. The Transformers animated movie from the 80s had good death scenes.
Oh yeah, they
did. It just you miss I said, I miss that. Like I miss being able to say, "Hey, I'm watching this guy kick ass." But like when he kills the villains, like he's doing. That's why I told Meff, make sure you watch Punisher Warzone. Everyone in that movie gets some of the worst deaths you've ever seen recorded, man. Damn. They get it bad in that movie.
It's on the list, dude.
I actually got ahead. I don't mean to leave you on a bad note, but they're remaking. Oh, sorry. They're making a sequel to Heat. I just confirmed yesterday.
Oh yeah, I heard that.
Michael Mann's directing it though, so we'll see. That's like
how you have a sequel?
I don't know. I don't know.
Starring Cate Blanchett and Sandra Bullock.
Oh yeah, right. Oh, I gotta look this up. Heat.
No, I have no idea.
It just sounds like they're trying to go back to like 2012 with the movie stars.
Yeah, I'm gonna look this up. What?
Look it up. Just look up Heat 2, the playlist. That's the article. It's from 2 days ago.
Oh god.
Days ago.
They're trying to debut all the music before the movie comes
Oh,
out.
a sequel prequel. So I don't know what the hell he's
something
doing
like
that.
it might be spanning like decades or something. But
Lofty,
anyway,
are
sorry.
you sure? Because
Yeah.
I wrote
Oh,
down.
this is a novel,
Dude,
not a movie. This one says
Oh,
a
it's a
novel.
novel.
Lofty.
What?
Do Heat 2 movie. You know what comes up?
What?
Chained Heat 2 with Bridget Nielsen.
Oh no! Oh,
Talk about gratuitous nudity.
If you want to know what the
Misinformation.
worst sequel is going to be, it's going to be the Joker sequel. Let's do
Unnecessary sequel. Yeah.
Yeah, the musical.
Yeah.
Oof.
Oh my god!
Let's take this acclaimed movie and just make it a musical on Broadway. Everyone's going to see it, right?
Oh, what?
Yeah, nothing bad will happen. Not one.
Yeah,
not
nothing
one chance.
bad. Yeah,
think
everything's
everything's bad.
fine.
So Lofty, sorry, you said you had to go away.
Yeah, I gotta get going. I leave for Matsuri tomorrow morning pretty early.
Oh, hey, yeah, that's your thing. Hey,
Yeah.
Lofty, go
There,
ahead.
Drexel.
Thanks for coming
Oh,
on.
no,
Have
no,
fun at Matsuri, brother.
Yeah, say hi to Ricada for us and shill
Yep.
your stuff. How can people find you?
You can find me on Saturday, Flashcast streams, 10 p.m. On his Yellow Flashes channel. And you can find me on my YouTube channel, Lofti Pixels. Kind of in a hiatus at the moment. I'm working on a lot of like just not internet stuff in my life, like just random projects. Since I was banned on Twitter, I kind of like, I'm taking a little bit of a break. I might come back at some point, but yeah, my YouTube channel and then streaming on Flashcast
Nice.
pretty much. But thanks for having me on, guys.
Lofty,
Appreciate
get
it.
back to me. We need to have you back on the podcast as well.
Yeah, we'll have to set something up.
Lofty, I will let you out of here with this question. What do you think about everyone who is mocking you for your terrible movie takes?
I think half the time it's fun and like entertaining, and then like the other half the time people take it too seriously. It's crazy.
People take a lot of stuff too seriously. That's just
Especially when
a
it comes to
general
Marvel, right?
statement.
Yeah, like I get it. Like I like a Marvel movie or two or three, and then people are like, "Holy shit, this guy's a shell." Like I kind of get the meme, but like it's really not that serious. And like I don't know. The one thing I will say is that people have short-term memory loss, and they just like remember the last thing that happened, right? So I just I was just talking about Multiverse of Madness. I happen to like that movie, but the entire rest of Phase 4, I was like shitting on, and like everybody forgets that.
Yep.
So that's kind of just that's the curse of being like somebody who streams all the time or whatever, because people won't really remember everything you say, so they associate like your most recent bad take or whatever.
Well, I find it funny, Lofty, because I look at your hot takes, right? This is what's crazy. The people who are like, Lofty sucks, he's terrible, he's the worst. Imagine if you like didn't go on Flashcast for like a month. Everyone's like, "Where's Lofty?" Like,
I know.
They like you're like you're their villain, right? Like they need to have their villain.
Dude,
And
he
without it,
missed 1 week, and the 1 week he wasn't on. Already the chat was like, "Where's Lofty? We want
they don't. I find that Lofty. What do you think about that? That people they crave the whipping boy. Like they need that villain.
Well,
It's
I
like
think
Batman without Joker.
Yeah,
It's not Batman.
I think it's all. Yeah, I think that's it, and it's like part of what people do because people watch these entire streams. Like, you know what I mean? Like people will sit down and watch the whole stream. I think it's almost like a how like WWE is just like entertainment.
Yeah,
Like,
you think
people
that you're like their heel?
I think people like the drama a little bit, and like they like to participate in that, which I'm totally fine with. I'm not now. That being said, I don't play devil's advocate on purpose. A lot of people think I do, but I'm an honest person, so like I'm okay with being honest, because it's kind of if people like were gonna excommunicate me from like the community because I have like bad takes and shit, like I probably just wouldn't go on stream. But like most people are casually like picking and like it's not like super serious. Like they're just
Yeah,
playing around.
they that's why like Meff said like they miss you when you're gone because like they need that like because here's what happens.
They need that lightning rod.
It's like your little brother where you're like, shut up, dude. You're dumb, but like you really kind of love him.
Yeah, it's like because if you're not there, okay, like what if like okay, Lord of the Rings, right? The new Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
If everyone hates it, everyone's just like in a group. Like, it's just gonna be one big circle jerk, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's like, "Yep, yeah, it sucks. It sucks." So when there's that one, literally the one dude, I don't know, guys. I think it's gonna be pretty. It's like, and then everyone dumps like because Lofti is a gay villain.
Kind of crazy.
It's like hating on Nickelback, right? Like you have to hate Nickelback, local Alberta band. You just have to hate.
I remember those guys.
Either that or Imagine Dragons.
Yeah.
Or Justin Bieber.
I would never defend Nickelback. But like you know,
see, there you go.
I'll defend Nickelback. I'll do it.
We'll go
We
for
got
it.
a couple
Dan.
of
Come on
catchy
stream and do
songs.
it. No,
do it.
like when yeah, like I can't remember what I was gonna say. Like yeah, people I can't remember. Yeah, no, it's fun. I like it. I like being
The heel.
I like engaging with people who are gonna push back because otherwise I'll never be challenged and they'll never be challenged. And it's like and I'm not doing it on purpose. Like I said again, like most of the time I agree with Flash and those guys on like almost everything. But like I just kind of am a little like I don't know, I just come from like a different background with film in general. Like maybe that's part of why I'm kind of more open with some of this other stuff. Like I went to film school. I have a degree in journalism. I don't know. I have all these like weird different situations that I've kind of take when I watch films. Like I look for certain things. Maybe that's why I'm like a little bit odd, but you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
it's a good relationship.
Well, we appreciate you coming on, Lofti.
Appreciate it.
Hey, and have fun at Matt Surrey, man. Be safe.
That's gonna be hot as hell. It's gonna be like 100 degrees, but I'm still
Not until the convention
cosplaying.
center.
Yeah.
They're
Who
gonna
the hell
party.
thought Houston in
It's 100
July?
degrees now.
Yeah.
They probably have
what,
the AC on
40?
max. It's gonna be like 62 inside the convention center.
No.
Yeah, you're right.
I've got AC but
Oh.
outside.
Could you imagine, Drex, if that AC broke down? All those
no.
fucking like cosplayers and sweaty nerds.
They're getting out of there quick. I mean, you are getting out of there in rapid speed, man.
It become a bio site.
That kind of heat.
That's like
Resident Evil.
Yeah, Drex, that's how Resident Evil starts.
Yeah,
they find a T virus in there.
Oh god! At a damn anime convention, like, and the furries are the first ones to go. I mean, everyone knows, like,
do not eat the pizza in the hotel hallway.
Yeah, just it's like, damn, the furries.
The furries are the first to turn into like nemesis.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Oh god.
I mean,
No, they're just like
say anything you want about
zombies.
weebs, right? Say anything you want about weebs, but at least they didn't gas themselves like furries did.
There's always a worse version of anything with furries.
Yeah.
At least they didn't have a cum pizza.
There's a furry cuck.
Oh.
You're like, oh god, now it just got worse. Like,
All right,
Yeah, everything gets worse.
I gotta get going. But
all right, Lofti,
Yeah.
the furry hot take YouTube. guy.
yeah,
This is like Lofty's terrible. Well, now Lofty's a furry. God damn it. Ugh.
no, I'm cosplaying JoJo's Bizarre Adventure this week. I'll take pictures. It'll
Nice.
be on Twitter.
Nice.
Someone
Nice.
Slash will post it or something.
God
All right,
bless
see
you,
you
Flash.
guys.
Peace out, Lofty.
Hey,
And
see
peace
you,
out,
man.
Dan. Thanks for coming
Good to
on,
meet you,
brother.
Dan.
Anyway, if I can chill something real quick.
Oh, yeah, go
before
ahead.
I leave. I'll throw that link in the private chat real quick, and Drex probably knows what I'm doing.
Oh yeah. Your car restoration.
Oh yeah, that thing.
Yep, that thing. I am rebuilding a car from the 50s. It's called an Imperial, so accordingly, the fundraiser is called American Imperialism. Haha,
Of course.
joke, whatever.
Oh,
But
that's gonna be sick, dude.
yeah, I do have an after picture. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure I can't post that in here, and then I don't want to share
No.
screen because I'm too lazy. But I'm gonna get that thing up and running. I might get that to Matsuri within 2 or 3 years, if I can. It's gonna get like 10 miles to the gallon, and premium's gonna run me out of money. But
Right.
I don't care. I'll drive that thing to Matsuri. I don't care.
Why
Yeah.
would you flatbed it?
In 2 or 3 years, you won't have Biden in control. Maybe you have decent prices on gas.
I don't know.
Mm.
I am from Illinois, so
It's a
whatever
long
it is.
drive.
So help me God.
Yeah, why would you not flatbed that thing?
because I'm not going to bastardize a thing of American culture.
By driving it through several states, including Illinois, unironically.
Illinois, Missouri, Oklahoma, Texas. That's not bad. The roads get better. The roads get better once you get outside of Illinois. I swear to God.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
I've driven through there, dude. It's rough.
You know what? You should go to Gary. Just bless the American dream in Gary, Indiana.
I think I'd rather get shot. I think I would get shot.
Hey, if you go to Gary, Indiana, you will.
Anyway, thanks for having me on, boys. I'm gonna
pleasure, Dan.
Peace.
All right.
Isn't Gary, Indiana, home of the Jackson 5?
Yep.
It's actually home to a lot of stuff. There's it's not just the Jacksons. There are other people from Gary. I can't think of any.
All criminals. Look, man, Gary, whatever you do, man, just don't go to Gary. Like, there's certain places it's just don't.
I plan on being in the States next September if all things go well, but things can always go sideways. It's me and Mrs. Meff's dream tour, I guess. I'm gonna hit certain spots that I would like. One of the key spots is that park in between Utah and Arizona where they have every single film that was needed a Western setting is there. I don't remember the name of the park. It's in Forrest Gump. It's in Back to the Future. It's in a lot of films.
Well, I know the Great Salt Lake has been the film location for quite a few.
I'll find it. And you can bring in another guest if you want.
Yeah. We got Drex. We got 5 people left, and right, I'm watching the time here because I know Meff said he had 4 hours.
I can do another hour and a half even from now.
We'll rifle in these next 5, and then we'll shut them down. So we'll go ahead and put in our next. Next peep.
Tack is up. Pickle, you're next. Stay prepared.
Hello there.
All right, Tack, what is up? You know how we love our movies.
Much. Had tacos for dinner, so that was cool.
Wait, nice. You had German Shepherd for?
No, not that. Who do you think I am, Dirty Dan?
Marv on a slow Tuesday.
Oh yeah.
Give me the 20K.
What is that, 20K pounds?
Hello.
It's about how much those German Shepherds weigh now.
I'm all right.
Now, Tack, when it comes to movies and guys in movies, let me ask you this. What was the biggest change you saw in terms of, let's say, movies, let's say 90s era versus today, where you said, this is what a hero looked like in this era versus this is what a hero looks like today?
Well, obviously, typically they, obviously they weren't beta.
True.
They didn't necessarily have to be muscular, but that did help.
Well, the body's really missing. You know what? Here's the thing. I don't think it's just body. I think it's body language. I think Meff was kind of touching on that where... Meff, do you remember the guys always looked capable in the old movies, right? They always looked capable, right? They weren't unsure of themselves.
They were focused. They were in control of themselves, and they didn't project weakness. Even if they were weak and unsure of themselves, they didn't project it out.
They exuded BDE.
Yeah, if anything, they were overconfident, right? I'm thinking of Jaws, right? I'm thinking of Jaws. We're gonna need a bigger boat.
Yeah. You're right. Guys would kind of overstep their bounds, and the hubris would set in. I mean, Tack, what do you think about when you saw movies like say, Pulp Fiction, right? Which every character is you got masculine characters, and also, I think one of the things that Pulp Fiction is that it taught lessons about let's face it, when Marcellus gets captured along with Butch can just walk out though, Meff, right?
Yeah.
He can easily just go like this. Well, I made it out. I knocked out the gimp. Let me bounce, fam. And Tack, what do you think about that? That in a movie that is as sordid and bizarre as Pulp Fiction, it still had those masculine lessons of like redemption. You know, he forgives his own enemy. Because remember, he ultimately betrayed Butch, or I'm gonna say Marcellus, because he agreed that he was gonna go down in the third, and then he betrays him.
I forget if I haven't gotten to watch the movie all the way through. I was watching it with the group. It was getting late, so we just stopped and just never got around to finishing it up. So I don't remember if I got
to the must. It's a must.
I know. I don't remember getting to the parts with Marcellus. Obviously, the stuff with Jules and Vince in the beginning.
Of course. Well, I mean, look at the little beta bitches that he shoots in the apartment, right? Brett. I mean, because think about it, they represent like what like the weasel is, right? Someone's gonna rip somebody off of their money, lying about it, being very snivelly, and it's like.
And they also look very they look very they don't look. They just look. I don't know how to put it.
There's a word in Yiddish for it, by the way.
I know. Well, wait,
it's called nebish.
I mean, they just look like weak little twig boys, essentially.
Yeah, like there's two words that are opposite: mensch and nebich. Nebich is the weaselly, weak guy, the beta simp cuck.
Yep.
And mensch is like the man. Right?
Got it. Oh, is that where Ubermensch comes from?
Ubermensch. It is literally, Yiddish is like the Hebrew version of German, Polish, that's sort of an area. That's where a lot of Jews were. That's why they got exterminated, because that's where they were. But yeah, it's literally taking German and doing a little bit of a Jewish twist on, or a Hebrew twist on it. So Ubermensch is like the man's man.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
What's the things you miss?
Also, we were talking about just guys that just exuded masculinity. I think you mentioned them, but last weekend with another buddy, I watched the first two Indiana Jones movies.
Classic.
This weekend we're gonna get to the other. We're gonna get to Last Crusade, and then the one that doesn't exist, but it.
Just don't skip it. Skip
it. Well, if he wants to watch it, I'll go ahead.
Look, Tack.
But yeah, it's like Indy. You don't. I guess I don't know. In Temple of Doom, would you say he was kind of simping for?
No. I watched all three of them lately. I've been on a tear of movies. Indiana Jones, we kind of had like a family thing. My kids don't really speak English that well. They do understand it a little bit because they're
native
young.
Language?
My native language is Hebrew. I'm from Israel.
Oh,
okay. So my kids do speak English because me and my wife kind of speak half and half. And they're in the YouTube generation, so they watch Mr. Beast and fucking Roblox.
Right. They know a lot of English from that.
Yeah, but I wanted them to have a little bit of education, so I showed my daughter like Beetlejuice, original. She understood it. She liked it, even though it was creepy, it was scary. She fucking liked it. Who did she like? Winona Ryder,
of course,
obviously. But
Yep.
she respected the Beetlejuice character,
of course,
because he's the crazy. Now, I wanted to show them Indiana Jones, even though it was no subtitles, so pure English, no subtitles, no nothing, no Hebrew subtitles. I watched them watching it. My boy had the best reaction. He knows the least amount of English. He was glued to the screen. You know why? Because he realized that Indiana Jones is that character, is that driving force, is that thing that drives the whole entire adventure. And he needed just the littlest of explanations
Yep.
of what just happened. Otherwise, he didn't ask for anything. He was just looking at the screen like a little boy should look at the screen while watching this adventure happening in front of your eyes.
Well, I can understand. Well, I bet there's one part of Raiders he understood, toward the end before they opened the Ark.
Oh, yeah.
The guy says
we showed them the melting faces, everything. We showed them the ending of Last Crusade with the aging fucking wrong. We showed them everything. They said it was scary, but dude, I saw
that was the real face melter.
I saw Nightmare on Elm Street when I was 9, and I showed it to my brother when he was like 6.
Oh.
It was god awful, but it's Freddy.
Yeah.
To me, Freddy was always funny rather than just
always
scary.
funny. He was always the comedy.
One part in Raiders that stuck out to me. It's when they're in Cairo. That one guy comes up with the sword and all, and then he's just like, "I don't have time for this," and just shoots the guy.
Yeah. and you know what? There's a funny story with this. The reason why it's like that is literally they were filming. I think it was Tunisia or whatever. And Harrison Ford had a bad stomach flu. And they had to shoot that because it was literally either the last day or so they were on a time crunch. And he went to Spielberg and he said, "Dude, I'm sick. Can we finish this? Wrap things up quick. Why don't I have a gun? Why don't I just shoot him?" And Steven Spielberg is like, "Yeah, why not?"
Yeah.
And it was literally spare of the moment. It's not written in the in the actual original script. It says Indy fights him, and then he uses the whip to grab the sword and stab him or something.
So it was supposed to be a proper fight scene, but
it was supposed to be a fight scene. But
the change
worked. Didn't want to do it.
Here's a crazy thing.
And also harkens back to Han Solo, the Harrison Ford character, who shot Greedo. Han shot first, Indy shot first.
Yep.
Well, it really speaks to the character, right? When you have a character who is random like moth creature in here, you have that character, right? Who's like this. You know what? Actually, what that scene in Indiana Jones reminds me of Alexander the Great and the Gordian knot, right? Everyone else sees the Gordian knot and they try to like undo it, and no one succeeds. Alexander, they see, looks at it and just cuts it in half and says, "I'll rule the world." Done. And that's Indy, right? I mean, Meff, do you really want to be sitting there swashbuckling, fighting with this dude, or it's like, I got a gun? Done.
Yeah.
Game over.
It's problem solved. Yeah.
Problem solved. Now, Tack, we'll get you out of here with this. If you were going to recommend any movie to a boy or girl, even, and showing them this is what a man is, what would you say? Yeah, well, actually, what movie would you show to a girl? And showing like this is what the man looks like.
Oh man. I would want to try to keep it kind of modern. Although I think if we were doing like just fantasy, Original Conan.
Yeah.
Not the sequel. The sequel.
Yeah. Those never happened. Those never happened.
Yeah, Conan the Destroyer just felt neutered.
Yeah, the original Conan the Barbarian was god tier when that came out. Do you just remember the atmosphere in that movie? It just worked, right? Like you're in it, and it felt real. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, you watch it now. People talk about effects or whatever, but like you're like, yeah, this is the world they're in. This is Conan, right? This is his world.
And Conan was like, to the T. You had the main hero, you had the female protagonist, you had the comedic kind of Weasley guy who was the friend, was also the helper, and you had a massive villain with a massive, side henchman.
Oh yeah, Andre the Giant.
Yeah, Andre the Giant.
It's I forget.
No.
Well, I know James Earl Jones is the villain in the first one. I was thinking the second one.
The main henchman.
I was thinking Conan the Destroyer with Andre the Giant. And maybe
The
that was
main
our friend.
henchman was this. I think he's
What else is that dog?
Norwegian or Icelandic guy. Thor something. I could be mistaken.
I know what else I've seen Conan the Barbarian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are the days, though, right? When you just got to have the big muscly guy making sure that, I mean, all he's got is his sword, his wits, and his allies, and he has to go take on.
And don't forget it, no shirt. So
there's never shirts in those movies.
That also gave eye candy for the ladies.
Oh yeah. Well, here's the thing, though. Women need to see that, because here's the thing, man. Women need to see something that they can also aspire to attract, because if every guy just walks around and they have the John Candy body, I mean, let's face it, a woman may be friends with that guy, but she doesn't want that guy. You want her to lust, right? Like, I mean, Meff, you talk about this. You want the lady to like lust after you. She shouldn't like look at you and just be like, eh. She should be like, oh, you know, who is this guy? You know,
it's also your box office gold.
Yeah.
If men don't want to go to the movie where the guy takes his shirt off, they would go with their wives, girlfriends, whatever, date
Subs.
or whatever. She will take him, aka she will drag him in she will get her kicks and he will get his kicks. They're different kicks, but they're working on the same level.
Yep.
And then go back home, smash.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Because when a lot of people don't know this, but when women see great action movies, they get amped up too.
Yeah.
Dude, I got
It's like
so much poon. Hey, I've been with my wife forever, since 1999. She's my unicorn, right?
Yep.
But oh my God, when you watch a movie where you get Hugh Jackman,
Yep.
Raylan and Raven and X2, right? Go home and make fucking babies.
Yep.
I
I know.
Not joking.
Yeah. Chicks love that. Like they love the other thing that they love? They also love I love they also go wild over horror movies. Because they crave the protective instinct when they get home.
Oh, they love being scared. Yeah, Drex, they absolutely love that state where it's like, oh my God, save me.
Yep. Oh, they eat that up. That's they never want to go to horror movies, but they always love going.
it's like you always say.
They
Brett.
imagine that Brad Pitt's gonna kick open the door of that theater and say, "I'm gonna whisk you away from here."
Yeah. You always say, Drex, the chicks want the unapologetically masculine guys.
You have to be like this.
That's what
culture
gets
of-
them wet.
Yeah.
Like no chick wants a dude that when they just
Okay,
lame and whatever.
Can Miss J Love? Can I touch your shoulder?
Touch your shoulder.
You know,
They want you to just grab that shoulder.
do you
Grab
know
her by
how
the
many
pussy.
Times Brad Pitt.
There you go.
You know how many times Brad Pitt got me sex?
Oh, I know. Legends of the
above all
Fall.
else,
Yeah, Brad Pitt is the best
Legends
wingman.
of the Fall, you nailed it.
Snatch. Yep. Legends
No,
of the
not
Fall.
Snatch,
Snatch.
not
Fight
Snatch.
Club.
For me, for the missus, it's Legends of the Fall, and she melts. That's
Oh,
it.
I know she does.
Done.
I know she does. I had a girl back in the day. I was in 6th grade, man, and that was like her movie. She and her mom were like. I remember going to her place. She and her mom literally had the tissue box out. I'm like, and remember, I'm young at this point, right? I'm like, are you fucking serious?
Yeah.
I'm like, this movie, like,
Christ,
Anthony Quinn and all that.
Just to give you a good example, my mother's really into WWE, and when those honks come out, she used to wave her hand every time The Rock came out.
Oh, of course.
Attitude Era Rock.
Yep,
Drex.
yeah.
She wanted
good
what
old
the Rock
days.
was cooking.
She'd wave her hand. She'd be like, "Ooh, it's hot in here."
Oh,
She wanted
God.
what
Like,
the
no,
Rock was
Ma.
cooking.
I mean, it was cute to watch. You know,
Yeah, well, women don't lose their desires either. You know, just like guys like seeing Margot Robbie in Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
That movie's
I mean,
nuts.
and
you know how many times I rewound the intro sequence to Baywatch?
of course.
Just get those balloons dancing.
Well, who can forget when Magic Mike came out? Ladies love seeing strong, attractive, masculine men all oiled up dancing. Like that's their. I mean, that's their version of porn. So of course they're gonna love it. Like I don't know, dudes are acting weird when they think these women don't like that. Like no, I better be an ally. Yeah, bro, she's gonna stay dry forever.
Hey, Drex, how many women do you think have been turned on by Adam Sandler on screen?
Oh, God.
Remember, that's like, shout out to Anna, that Star Wars girl. You know how she's always lusting over Henry Cavill?
Yeah. Chicks don't get wet over Adam Sandler, fam. Like, if you're walking around, or Seth Rogen, like, if you think being the funny guy is gonna like turn, no, it's not. You're gonna get friend zoned forever. So, Tack, any last words?
Stay out of Cook County Jail.
Damn.
Get that butt.
Oh man, butts are getting got tonight.
Yep.
Dude, I was howling. You have to understand, I listen to those podcasts while I'm at work.
Oh
I am
God.
Howling, laughing, howling. And I work at a place where I have to be quiet. That's why I have the earbuds always on.
Watching Yeetus react to that for the first time was magic. Drex, it was like when we showed RPM that Gale video.
Oh yeah.
Right? The magic came back because it's just so ridiculous. And you're like, no, there's no way that's real, right? Oh no,
I tell
fam.
people all the time, it's
real.
always real. A lot of people don't
those
understand
cheeks are getting taken.
Well, the thing is that there's so often where dudes have this weird thing where they think that like the world is in some alternate reality where things don't happen. And I mean, Meff, you remember watching American History X where he gets taken in the shower. No shit, this goes on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's real. I don't think this stuff is real.
It's to keep people in line rather than the actual act.
Yep.
It's all power. It's all power.
He was out of line because he was trying to he was trying to free himself from something, and he forgot that no, you don't free yourself in prison. Prison is the most in line you should be if you want to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much.
Absolutely.
Intact.
Yeah.
It's the outside where you're supposed to break the lines that you were in, especially if you're in that kind of cult behavior.
Oh,
that's
of course.
where you break. That's where you break the lines.
Absolutely.
In prison, no.
Yep.
You get took.
If you can get Gary in from Nerdrotic.
Oh, Nerdrotic.
He'll tell you because he said
San
it
Quentin.
on stream many times. It's like prison is where if you want to, like, you just dip your head down and you stick to the cultural segregation that you're in, even if you don't like it, because otherwise you'll be literal fucked.
Yep.
And don't drop the soap either.
Yeah.
What?
All right, Tack.
All right, ladies.
Peace out.
Later. Next up, we got Pickle. Carry On is next. After that, we got five people left. Someone else joined. 5 people left. So if you're waiting, you're still waiting a little bit longer. Let's get Pickle in here.
All right, Pickle, what is up?
Hey, how are you?
We're all good. Pickle, you know we are talking movies and all things that are fucking.
Oh, this is
vagina.
This is my forte because I have a degree in film.
Oh, nice. All right, so in film, let me ask you this: and I know that the wokeism has taken over. How do they view traditionally masculine men in old school masculine movies? How do they view that in film class now?
When I was there in 2014 and 2015, we viewed it as half-ass toxic, but it wasn't. But it was. It's because I had this teacher. She was the most mannish teacher I've ever had. I'll put it like that. She looked so much like a man you couldn't tell what she was.
Ugh.
And she hated men, so.
Isn't it funny? They hate men, but they try to emulate men and look like men and act like men. Isn't that funny?
Yeah. It's funny. It's a comedy in real life.
Yeah.
There's no way you can describe that. But when I was doing film and films and studying for films degrees and stuff, I would just go out without a camera and just observe people, see how they would act, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I have never, ever seen the toxic masculinity that they preached about. And if I did saw it, it was always with those weirdo leftists that preached it.
Of course, yeah. Well, they're the ones who are hitting people and doing stuff to kids,
Yeah.
women.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah, screaming and
projection.
stuff. It's all projection. Yeah, it's like
but this was
because
a
real men don't
university,
engage in that.
and this was a university, and it was hilarious. And then I would be like, "You're saying this is toxic, but yet you're doing exactly what you're saying," and they couldn't comprehend. It's like they had that missing brain stem or brain cell that has connecting everything, and they would literally tell you this is what is going on, and like, no, this is what you're doing. Stop projecting, and pay attention to everyone else says.
Mm-hmm. Well, I want to ask you this, Pickle. You're talking about college. What is your favorite masculine character that's in a college or high school movie?
Ooh, that's a tough one because the movies that they showed
don't
me.
say Teen Wolf 2.
No. That's if you swing for the other
Twilight.
Team. No. Oh God, there's not really much because every high school movie I have seen, and I say, oh, you're masculine and all that. It just turned out they were just cucks and betas.
Mm-hmm.
Like The Breakfast Club. I hate that movie. I watched it the other day because I said, well, let me see what was the deal with it again. Maybe my views have changed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm like, no, they still say the same. It sucks. I hate everything about this movie. It's like I have that audacity to poke holes in every movie I see.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no perfect movie, so I will never give it a 10 out of 10. If you see me give it a 9 out of 10, then you know it's that damn good. But for a high school setting,
for you.
Yeah,
I got one for you. Revenge of the Nerds. Now you would think the nerds were the beta cucks.
Nope.
Whatever.
No.
Nope.
No.
It's
They
the
took
alpha
action.
betas.
Yeah, the
who
jocks.
were
Yeah, they were the
projecting-
lames. Yep.
Yeah.
Projecting masculinity, but inside they were unsecured motherfuckers because the nerds did whatever they wanted to do, and when they got fucked over, they didn't stand down. They faced adversity and they went for it. They didn't have a fraternity. They went to a black fraternity and was like, you don't exclude blacks and whites. We want to be a chapter.
Yeah.
And they went for it. And they did it. And when Anthony Edwards, the main guy, he got fucked over. He went to the Lion's Den into the football rally, and he knew he would have got beat to a pulp because he's a weak guy.
Yeah.
But he went to it anyway.
Well, no, it's because there's a difference. In those movies, besides it being a comedy, they basically just had the balls saying, hey, we're screwed. Might as well go out dying.
Yeah.
And that's
Well, you were going on your own terms. I mean, like, I remember, Porky's, Revenge of the Nerds. Like, Animal House, like PCU, if you guys remember that movie.
Oh,
Jeremy
man.
Piven.
That's
Great
funny.
movie. And
projected
David Spade was the
today-
hater.
That projected today's environment in college.
It did. Yeah, dude, that movie came out in 94. I remember my brother took this girl to see it, and my foster brother took the other girl. That movie came out in 94. I remember seeing it on video, right? Fast forward almost 30 years later, and it's like, we're here. You see what I'm saying? Like, and that movie was, dude, for those of you who don't know, man, look up the movie PCU with Jeremy Piven. And it breezes by. It's one of those movies that, like, I can turn on right now and just enjoy all the way through, right? Those, like, easy 90 minutes of fun.
Old school.
Yeah, with Will Ferrell.
With Will Ferrell. Not as good. It has its moments, though. It has its moments.
It does. Well, let's see. Because in film school, I always hated this. You would think you would love to go to film school and watch a movie every day. The problem is when I had classes, it was literally a film for every class, like multiple films. So I had to watch films for like 12 hours a day, and and it got infuriating at the end.
I can
Because
imagine.
you're like, oh my gosh, I'm so tired of these documentaries about transgenders. Can we please stop? No, really. The managed lady I told you about, my teacher, she showed us that that cross-dressing documentary. You know, the pink flamingo. That's what it was.
Oh,
And
I've heard.
I wanted to put a bullet in my head so hard. And
They
I
used-
literally
in
got
film
up and
school.
left.
In film school, I didn't go, but I know what they taught. They used to teach a director called Pedro Almodovar.
Yes, I have heard of this. This is fun.
Spanish guy. His Spanish films. By the way, Antonio Banderas was one of the proteges of him. What's her face? Not Selma Hayek. The other.
Penelope
Cruz. Yeah.
Penelope Cruz did a lot of his movies. A lot of harsh stories, but always with a male perspective rather than a female. He put a lot of females in his stories, even female centric, but it wasn't from a female perspective. Just her, she was the main. Some of his films, she's the main thing, but it's always a male point of view because he's a guy.
Yep,
he's a guy.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, and I know
very artsy films, by the way. Very artsy.
Yes.
Films.
Oh man, they're on a different level of artsy. But I remember in school how much we hated this, and I even complained to my friends. I'm like, dude, this sucks. Like, why don't I just leave college and just get out with a camera and start recording? Note to everyone: if you're going to go to college, get a useful degree. Literally, be an engineer, be a doctor, be something useful. Do not be a teacher. Anyone can teach. Do not go to film school. Anyone can get a camera and learn to film. If you're going to do film school, do it for connections only. It will save your ass so hard.
I can imagine.
And but that's just a rant on its own. But I remember I had this to do this newscasting for the university, and I had to go out with a camera to this runner, and he's like almost Usain Bolt levels running at the time. He was considered to go to higher, get more grants and stuff. So I meet the guy, and they say, "Hey, Pickle, you're not going to interview him." I'm like, "Why? You're too eccentric, too loud, and you're going to be like aggressive." And I'm like, "I'm not going to be aggressive at all, right?" And he's like the nicest guy, the guy we're interviewing. So he says, "Okay." He sees me, and this guy is tall, like tall, tall as you, Drexel. And here I am, 5'10". I'm looking up, and then I'm like, "Oh hey," and he's like, "Oh hey," and he says, "Oh, is she gonna interview me? I don't want you to. You look aggressive." It's because the guy is it turned out he's really feminine, and he's more comfortable around women. And well, he came from a single motherhood from Africa. He migrated over here. That's what happened. So, but I was okay with it because one, I didn't want to do interviews. I hate talking to interviewing people that hate sports. But a different question. Ask me about movies. Don't ask me about my education. It's terrible.
Well, now I'll ask you this though. We'll get you out of here. What is your favorite masculine character in a sports movie?
Oh, okay. That is because I'm not really sports movie, but I would say, it's a boxing movie called Southpaw.
That sounds so familiar. Why do I know that?
That's the one with.
Is that with Mark Wahlberg?
I think so.
No.
Or
Wait, sure?
Or Jake Gyllenhaal.
Jake Gyllenhaal.
Okay, yeah, because you're thinking of the one with what's his face with Christian Bale, the brothers.
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh, the fighter.
The fighter, yeah, Marky Mark. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. No, actually, that was actually really good. And you're like, oh, well, you get to see the tragedy of a man and how he tries to repair himself throughout his entire career. And then here I am. Later on, I end up watching Clint Eastwood movies when he directs.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the few movies which I thought was weird because it's masculine yet feminine is $1 Million Baby.
Yeah, I love that movie.
Yeah,
although I won't watch it after that particular scene that you already know.
Yeah,
I saw it once.
I
and
didn't like it.
I refuse. You didn't like $1 Million Baby? Wow.
No.
wow, that's interesting. But
no,
it's,
I know. I have weird takes on some of the.
yeah.
But.
But after all the films I could say for Eastwood, my favorite is Unforgiven. That is where he's probably the most masculine, but yet he's like, you could just see the evolution of a man who he used to be.
Yep.
And the second Morgan Freeman goes bye-bye, you just see his old self come back.
Yep.
And it's like one of the greatest.
The young kid with the bad eyes and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I think that, let me ask you this, Pickle. What do you think about the Western, or let's say any genre? What genre do you think is tailor-made for the masculine character?
Besides Westerns, it depends. It could be drama, like, it depends what kind of drama movies too, because you have mixed genres now, like action drama, thriller drama, all that. It depends on the movie, the story being told, and obviously who's playing it. Because I mean, you don't want fucking Twilight dude playing Arnold Schwarzenegger in Terminator or whatever. I mean, that's
you don't want to miscast.
Yeah, you don't want to pull a Netflix.
Ugh.
Speaking of Netflix, I will say this: I caught up on Stranger Things. It is entertaining, not woke to your face like I thought it was going to be.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say Hopper is the most masculine character in that series.
Yeah, my daughter loves it. I got to see a chunk of season 1. I really loved it. I think once you add, I think one of the things that's kind of crazy is that we've gotten so woke that shows that have kids in it, the kids are more masculine than like adult male characters now.
Oh yeah.
At least the kids, like, I mean, think about it. They solve problems. They join forces together. They do stuff. Like there's an adventure, which is what Meff talked about earlier. There's always an adventure. Whereas, I mean, hell, a lot of stories now where there's adults, these guys aren't going on no damn adventure. Well, Pickle, we'll let you get out of here. Is there anything you want to shill or plug or anything?
Well,
I
want to shill this. If you guys want to catch me, I'm the homeless guy on the corner. You'll never see me, and I'll probably be drunk. And join Migtown Podcast, subscribe, and join the Discord or whatever. And Producer Tim, nice seeing you again. It's been a long time. And nice to meet you, other person.
Other person.
The what now? It's either Meff or Meffistoe. Either way.
Well.
It's written down phonetically, but
okay.
It's either the comic book character or the Diablo 2 boss. Take your pick.
Okay, well I'm gonna call you Meff because I'm in the land of Breaking Bad, so.
Yeah,
of course.
That's where I'm at physically, literally. I'm in that area.
I've been called worse. I went on a random Twitch guy and I just wanted to say hello, and he looked at my name and he's like, Meffistoe? It's like, correct, yes.
That's the one.
and then Drex Perks. Wait, did someone say toes?
Oh, damn.
Actually, hold on. I got one question for you guys. Let me think about this. What do you think? How much longer do you think it's going to be before Hollywood gets a grasp on that no one wants to see this shit and they go back to the old style?
I don't think it's coming back in a very long time because there's too many normies. I think there's too many normies that still will see whatever they push out.
When a big studio falls hard.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, but think about how much that's going to take. It would take a lot, man.
It would have to be Disney. Like it would literally have to be Disney going out of business and firing 6,000 people.
Warner or Paramount.
Actually,
Disney won't fall first.
I'll tell you this. It's probably going to be Netflix because they're losing subscribers.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see it imploding. Like
once Netflix implodes, then Amazon's going to get kind of this weird, like, oh, we got to start creating better content, which Amazon actually did.
Amazon actually. I like Amazon movies.
They created The Terminal List, which actually is a really good show.
I've heard.
Greenland was an Amazon original as well.
Yeah, Greenland
with Gerard Butler.
Yes.
Pretty good movie.
Also, The Boys, I like it and I don't like it because it's like weirdish, wokish, which kind of turns me off. But I love the violence and the fights, so that's the only thing I keep seeing there.
Nick watched one of these terrible low-budget movies, Hot Wax Zombies on Wheels.
Oh, yes!
Oh,
this is great. That was great.
Drex, we got to watch that.
Nick would watch that.
Well, there's tons of tits. There's a scene where mice are fucking.
Oh, speaking of which, have you seen that movie I asked you to watch, Drex? X. Yes, the one where it's about it's a horror movie about thoughts.
Wait, is that on Prime?
It came out, I think, last year or earlier. But you should watch it because when I saw it, I'm like, this is your kind of movie.
Oh yeah, and a group of actors set out to make an adult film in rural Texas under the nose of the reclusive host. But when the elderly couple catches their young guest in the act, the cast finds themselves in a desperate fight for their life. Wow.
When you see the whole thing, you're gonna laugh because it's everything you have talked about when it comes to thoughts. Literally.
Maybe that's a good movie to watch with Kat.
All these girls.
Oh yeah.
All these girls in the cast look like ex porn stars.
That's the reason why they whoever wrote the movie did a good job. I'll admit.
Okay.
Well, so funny you say that. Speaking of these low budget terrible films, so Thanks Killing is probably my favorite low budget film, and the very first scene is like this tits out pilgrim girl, and she is credited as Wanda Lust.
Oh god,
that's a porn star name, right, Drex?
Porn star name, yeah.
yeah. Just they're giant milkers. Let me tell you, they're huge, but literally, it's just like a pilgrim dress, but then the tits are cut out of the dress, and so her tits are just hanging out.
Perfect.
But you know what? I'm not gonna complain. They are a nice set of tits, even if they're a little aged and leathery.
Tim, you're gonna love
aged and leathery.
You're gonna love the old lady in X. Then she's like 80 years old, right up your alley.
That's not that leathery. Come on, there are some good MILF tits out there. Anyways,
it was nice seeing you guys. Have a good
pleasure,
one.
Pickle.
See ya.
I saw you guys get the next person in. Have a good one. Bye.
Peace out.
Bye.
All right, carry on. You're coming in next.
All right. Carry on. Let me ask you this: you are in the land of James Bond, England. Give us some masculine male characters not named James Bond that are from the UK.
Like I say honestly, Britain and America share a lot of their media pretty recently as well. But male characters, I don't really remember anyone's. Like there are small characters, but they have like some traits I wouldn't really class as male. It's like Robin Hood would probably be a decent one, but at the same time he has some problems. So yeah.
When in the last century has a British actor played Robin Hood?
I'm not sure. I don't really.
Never.
Next to never.
Yeah, I was gonna say never.
The closest one is Carrie Elves in Robin Hood Men in Tights.
Men in Tights, yeah.
Which was a satire and a parody.
Yeah, we had Kevin
Costner. We had
Charlie Hunnam. No, he was King Arthur. He's King Arthur.
No. We had what's his face? Russell Crowe. He's Australian.
And that movie was not good at all. It was so boring. Ridley Scott's Robin Hood was bad.
And there was another one, I think. Again,
there was a recent one
not
that
a
came
British
out,
actor.
A British actor, but I didn't really give a damn about it because it was like 2017 or 18. I'm not sure.
Even the stupid Disney Robin Hood movie with the
little
foxes.
Fox. Yep.
He was also fucking voiced by an American. Because it's Disney.
Unreal.
Yep. Just think about it.
Yeah. Well, I didn't really watch that stuff. It was just like what I grew up on was like old Western and like Chinese movies. It's pretty weird. Like my dad was like, he was like in like I could say him like 40 years older than me or something like that. So he made me watch a lot of older movies. So I was watching like cowboy western stuff, like see old Chinese stuff with people like dying from falling from back. I watched a guy die by falling on a bamboo and it went through him and he bled. But I was like, around it.
That's probably a Jackie Chan movie.
Yeah. It sounds. Yeah. I was thinking
it was older. It was much older than like it was
older.
Like, yeah, it was an older one.
Like a 70s?
It's probably like an old Wu-Tang type movie, like you know, like in the Five Deadly Venoms era.
Like
yeah.
Like I was watching those type of movies.
Praying Man, Thundering Mantis, Invincible Super Chan, movies like
There's
that.
loads of these.
Oh, there's so many.
I've seen a lot, but I'm genuinely I wouldn't even remember the names because they like I said, they came on like illegal cable.
No. Yeah, I think it was a drunken master thing about that because the guy was definitely like he was teaching the guy how to get drunk and fight. So it was something about a drunken master.
So Jackie Chan Drunken Master movie. I mean, those movies were so plentiful. What did you think about when you're watching those as a kid growing up in the UK? What did you think about just like the nature of the types of the different types of heroes? Because those heroes were very different from Western audiences. Like, I mean, Meff, you remember Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
Yeah.
Li Mu Bai is a very different kind of a hero than the hero we're used to.
Yes, because the whole premise is you're trying to make a female-centric movie with the other heroine, but she's not really a heroine. She's actually a villain on the way back.
Correct.
And Li Mu Bai is the older statesman. He's the mentor. He's the teacher. He's the guy who sees how great she could be, but she needs the guidance. She's the wildcat.
Yep.
She's the unpredictable. She is the female. And he's trying to bring the more masculine patience, order, discipline into this wild, feral. You can go a long way with wild, feral, and craziness, like she did in that bar, right? Yep. She pretended to be a man, but she like went crazy. But there's only so far, because when you get to a point where you meet a Mubai, a guy like him, then you're lost.
Yep.
You're lost. You're done.
Well, he says that. I mean, Kieran, did you ever see Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon when it came out?
I had the CD of it. I don't remember watching the game. I was a child probably.
Well, it was something because he actually tells her that her skills are going to just plateau, and the villain, I think it was a Jade Fox or something like that was her name, right?
Yeah,
she did plateau.
She was also a feminine character because she was using the feminine power, which is conniving and poison. Poison is the weapon of the female, not of the male.
It's not. Yeah, men kill you directly. Women do it in a clandestine manner, in a sneaky manner, because they're not going to take you on physically. And let me ask you this, though, Kieran. What do you think about that feature throughout movie history, where something that has always been remarkable, I think that men gravitate toward, is that men do the mano a mano, right? Like we physically fight in our movies. We don't do the poison or, a sniper shot where, the villain couldn't even, didn't know we were a quarter mile away. What do you think about just that masculine energy of fighting your villain head on?
I like that. personally, I like the idea of dealing with something upfront and personal. It's no point of like if I have to do the long way around of trying like to sneakily kill this person, there must be a really good reason. Like I can't get to him. I need to go through this long way to get to the person, and even I get to them, I'm not sure I can even touch them. So it's like, okay, yeah, then I'll shoot an arrow at him or I'll poison him. But that's like, oh yeah, I want to poison you in front of your family. I don't want to beat the crap out of you. I'm gonna do it when you're sitting there and like, oh, you're eating food. Like, you thought I lost. I thought you was like, okay, yeah, I lost. I walk away like, yeah, I'm gonna have this time bomb waiting there. You're gonna eat with your family. You're gonna be happy. I'm gonna just be there, outside the gate, and after gonna hear crying and screaming. Oh no, he died. Like, okay, yeah, that's interesting. But at the same time, I like the idea of like, me and you were brothers, or we were friends, or we knew each other. And you did the snake like stuff, and you poisoned my father. He was your master. He was my brother. It's like, why are you doing that? You killed him. We were friends. It's like, okay, yeah, I could do the same thing that you did, but by doing that, I'll become just like you, and I don't want to do that because I see you as everything I don't want to be. So I am going to come at you face to face, and I might not win, but I'm going to try my damn best, and that's respectable.
I like it. Well, let me ask you this though, Kirian, you have a show like, say, Doctor Who. What do you think about the prospect of, obviously, you know, like I said, I don't watch the show, but I'm aware of what happened to that show. It went full woke. What do you think about masculine characters coming back to save some of these fallen franchises like a Doctor Who?
I don't really have that much hope for them at all, because it wasn't like it just snapped and it just, oh yeah, one day was all this masculinity and everyone had a certain idea of what the character was. It was slowly, gradually over time. You could see if you were like looking into the past, like, oh crap, we were enjoying the show, but it was changing slowly and we didn't realize it. Yeah, some things that, okay, yeah, that's kind of weird, but we're gonna allow that because it's good. Oh yeah, and after it keeps on going, so like, oh, now it's like they kind of jumped it. They didn't like do it gradually. Like the last character, they jumped too quick because it was going downhill, and it's like, okay, let's put on the turbo and let's hit like bedrock at one point. So yeah, I don't really feel like there's going to be any hope because they are going to fuck Doctor Who again because they got this flamboyant black man. So yeah, I don't have hope for that, and I feel like that's just going to happen in most entertainments because I even read books. And the idea of like a character that can't control themselves, or characters that are just being controlled by other people or controlled by their emotions, it's so predominant everywhere. And it seems like the people want characters that are childs in men's bodies because that's what they are themselves. And they're, oh, well, I can connect to that. Or the guy, he accidentally injured this person, so I want the character to cripple the person because that's his friend. I want to cripple, like, wait. That doesn't make sense. It was a situation where there was two people fighting. Like, okay, the idea was this: a daughter or technically a niece wanted to leave her uncle's like neighborhood because she didn't like the rules of the land. It's like, oh, you're not going to leave after you caused all this torment and chaos. It's okay, yeah, we're going to have a fight, and whoever wins is right. So they're like, okay, and they have a fight. Because the uncle's more experienced, he accidentally injures his niece, and she loses her eye. Okay, I was like, okay, yeah, that's fine with the story. Later in the year, she comes back to her uncle's like, I need to like improve myself. I need to like get past this baggage of the past. And the main character's there and he's having an emotional like, oh, I want to kill him. It's like, that's stupid because the situation was they both agreed to this fight. It wasn't like someone just randomly came at you and started attacking you with no preemptive like attack. It was like, oh, well, no. It was a duel. Something happened. The uncle said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to harm you. So it's like, and after I wrote in the comments like, this is stupid. You guys shouldn't be like saying that the guy should cripple him. It's like, nah, the guy's evil. The guy should go on death row. It's like, whoa. Like, if people like are the common audience, I'm not surprised that movies and entertainment are going downhill. You guys will literally consume the most childlike entertainment. I like, oh, it's fine. It's like, well, if that's fine, then if I wrote a story how I want to write it, I know that there'll be people that like it, but majority of people wouldn't because like, oh no, you shouldn't allow that guy to go free. You shouldn't allow that guy to like live. You shouldn't allow that guy to go this. It's like, no, like people don't have the idea of like, yeah, situations can happen outside of control, especially in a fight.
Yeah, you just need to go do what needs to be done. I'll get you out of here with this question, Kirian.
Yeah.
What do you think is on the horizon for the British lads, right? The blokes. that they can get behind, right? Like a masculine example they can get behind. Because I think James Bond is cucked beyond repair. So like, is there anything on the horizon that you've seen or heard of that you can say, yo, we're good, we got this?
It feels like gang stories about like gangs, people like that now, a lot of them, because London's completely full of them. So like if there was a story like someone was in a gang and they left that and they were trying to get away from that, that'd probably be interesting to a lot of people, because most of the kids are like, yeah, gangs are fun and gangs are like this. But if you show the idea of like, yeah, gangs are all that crap at the same time, you can see your friend die. You can see your girlfriend get shot because she was with you at a certain moment. Mm-hmm. You can see your cousin or your brother get the crap beaten out of them, and after you find them in the hospital and they're bleeding out, it's like, that'll be an interesting story. But they did have a few stories like that, but people enjoy them. People do enjoy those stories, but it's like at the same time, it's like, oh yeah, those are stupid stories by the older generations. So it's a mix of both.
They don't understand that those stories that you think about is banal. It's timeless because they teach you the same thing that they taught you in the 80s, 70s, 50s, 30s, the same way. Even when you go back to non-film and just books, it's a lot of these stories, you can connect them and you can tell, whoa, this is kind of like this, but different. But it tells you the same morality, the same conclusions, but with a different twist, because times, they are a-changing, right? So you adapt to the times, but the basic story of hero tries to get this, faces adversity, gets to a dark place, but then overcomes and wins and prevails. It's a simple, basic
timeless
premise.
Yeah, but
very.
They're trying to get away from that. Like most times, it's like most stories now, it's just the hero always had the power all along. It was like, yeah, you could say the hero always had the power, but that's not really going to get no one anywhere, because not everyone has the power.
Yeah, sometimes you got to build yourself up. You always have to. I always like stories where the characters. I mean, like even Neo in the original Matrix, even though he's the one, look how long it takes Neo to finally get there, right?
Yeah, he was an office. He didn't have belief in himself. That's great.
Yeah, he had to believe in himself. He had to go do it. He had to do it again. He had to fight Smith. Like, it was trials and tribulations. But Kieran, any last words?
Shit. I'm gonna say, like, they need to bring back good mentors in stories, because now they're just dragging like these mentors in to die. Like, they always died before they got injured, but now they're just like dragging these characters that had legacies. And they're butchering them in like the most horrible ways. And they was like, oh no, don't do that. It's like, nah, we're gonna do it because we don't like this character. We don't like the idea that it holds, that the old past has good stories and good things to tell the children of today. We don't want children to actually become men. We don't want women to actually teach their girls how to become good women. It's like, oh no, we're gonna leave everyone lost. We're gonna burn the library so we have a dark age. Like, oh no, no one told us about this. We lost all the history. And that's why I feel like we're gonna go to a dark age where everyone's like, we had all this information, we had all these traditions. Like, some of them might have mistakes, but it's always great to learn from them.
I can see that. I mean, they're doing it already, right? They're removing books, they're editing movies. I want everything to be the way it is, whether no matter how good, bad, or ugly it is. But yeah, Kieran, we appreciate you coming on, brother.
Yeah. Hope you guys keep all the good work.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Well, Meff's got 20 minutes left.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've got 3 people in the chat.
I'm not pedantic. I literally need to leave my house in about an hour. All I need is like
it's fine.
Prepare my satchel for work. Yeah, I call it.
Oh, I feel your pain. Yeah, don't worry, we'll go ahead and get.
I'm used to it. I'm used to it. I'm used to like 5:15 a.m. call.
Yep.
I get up especially earlier than what I should, because when I get up, it takes me a while to get the cockles
get moving,
going.
Yep.
I need that coffee. I need to brush my teeth. I need to like awake myself.
Mm-hmm.
And most times I don't even drive. I literally take the bus. Only recently I started to drive my car because my wife works like 2 or 3 days out of home. So,
oh boy.
we got any more people than.
Oh yeah, Man of Title's up next, and then Whip after him. So
all right,
we'll try to get through these two.
Hello,
right. Man of Untitled. What is up?
What's happening?
You know how we do. I know your cat's going to try to jump on you, and that reminds us of Blofeld and villains like him stroking cats. What did you think about that, though, Man of One Title, where villains used to be masculine and intimidating, yet would like have this one soft feature of like stroking a cat, like Attila in the movie Lionheart. Meff, did you ever watch the Lionheart? Man, one time, you guys ever watch that movie? Van Damme.
That's an old one. Yeah,
old one.
The old one.
He's prize fighting to save his dead brother's basically estate because he left his wife and daughter.
There's a fight scene in an abandoned pool, right?
Yep.
In Los Angeles.
Yep,
or something.
that's the one.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
that's kind of like Iron Man 2. The main villain of that had this bird that he got separated from, and that was one thing that he wanted to get back in order to keep working for that guy. Well, I want my bird. And they try and get him another one. He's like, that's not my bird.
It's not my bird.
Yeah.
I llove it. I love having villains with those kind of quirks. And I mean, what is your take?
Well, it humanizes them.
Yeah, it really does. Because I mean, villains used to be one note, right? I have to take over the world. Why? Right? As an audience, like, well, why does Skeletor do the things he does? Back in the day, he was just one note villain, right?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna be the master of the universe. Like, I mean, there's no real rhyme or reason. He's just, this is Skeletor.
His humanity was gone. That's the only thing I can really think of it.
Right.
And I was gonna preface this with, I haven't really seen a whole lot of movies growing up, especially because I was always more into video games, and I was also more into watching like animation, whether it be anime, cartoons, things like that. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if you're familiar, but there was the guy on YouTube, Your Movie Sucks by MS. He did a 2-hour-long breakdown of the 2019 Lion King and how terrible it is.
It was awful.
I'm so happy I haven't watched it.
Oh,
Jon Favreau is one of my favorite filmmakers. I wouldn't call him a director because he has a lot of things. When he is in his element and not taking directive from the Disney fucking producers or whatever, or the executives there, he is phenomenal.
Agreed.
Phenomenal. Chef. Watch Chef 2014.
Saw it. Where he gets the food truck.
So good. The dynamics between the father and the son, where at first he is the typical deadbeat divorcee dad, where he just, picks up the kid and just goes through the motions, and he's the same with his work. And then from overcoming the crisis, he gets his dignity, he gets his passion for food, but he also repairs his relationship with his son, where at the end of the movie he realizes that the son is important to his own growth, and thus making the mom wet and getting her back together with him. It is so fucking good. It's so good.
I just wrote that down. I'll give it a watch.
Chef 2014. It's phenomenally good. It has so many great actors. Even Dustin Hoffman does his Dustin Hoffman shtick in it, and you hate him in this movie, and you'll understand why while you're watching it. You hate him because it puts him acting the way he does, puts you in the shoes of the main character, which is played by Jon Favreau himself. It is phenomenally good.
I mean, I remember, I saw that movie years ago. My brother rented it. Because you only see bits and pieces because like it's on in the background. You walk into someone's movie. But Man of One Title,
take your time and rewatch it.
Oh, I definitely will. what are some of the movies that you saw that that set a standard for you that you're like, at least these are the kind of guys I want to see on screen?
Well, I was going back to that your movie sucks thing. I was watching it. I was all like, yeah, actually, the original animation of the Lion King, Mufasa was a really awesome character for that exact reason. He was like he was responsible, but would also take the time to help Simba, learn what it takes to be king.
Yep.
And basically sacrifice himself to save him.
Yep.
And it hit like all the best parts to it, where the 2019 utterly failed. And that's because I was trying to think for a while when I was in the waiting room. I said, God, I haven't really seen a whole lot of movies that really did that. And I was trying to also think back, is like, okay, well, what did I really watch a lot? And I remember there was one show. It was probably the first show that I kind of like got into and would always turn on by the time it came on TV. And it was back when I was in like second grade. There's a really old show called SWAT Cats.
I remember that.
You remember that?
Yep.
I fucking loved that show. And the whole premise of it was that it was about, well, the whole city is made up of cat people, but it was about two cops that were controlling fighter jets that got let go off of the force because they refused to follow orders. Because the main bad guy of the show, they had him in the crosshairs. They were about to fire, but their commander said, no, I'm going to take him. They're like, no, we have him right here. We're about to get him. Like, let us do it. And he's all like, no, and tries to get in the way. And then they wind up crashing into headquarters, and they got let go and reassigned to go work in this scrapyard to pay back the bill for it. So what they did was they just took all that military scrap that was there and built this giant, awesome jet to that they would just basically Batman up and go as vigilantes and just kill all the monsters of the day with it, just as a fuck you to their chief.
Yeah. So, well, let me ask you this: do you think vigilantism is a form of like masculine excellence, or do you think it's like feminine weakness?
I guess it would really depend on the reason. Mm-hmm. Like if it's like if they're doing it to like prove something, then that's kind of weak. But if they're doing it as like this is right and I am going to do this because I can and nobody else is going to, and it needs to be done. So I think that matters
rather than pure revenge.
Yeah, well, I think justice is the more selfless thing, whereas revenge is usually the more selfish thing.
Not necessarily feminine or weak.
Yeah, not necessarily weak, but it's like, here's the thing. But revenge is just like when people talk about honor killings, like that doesn't make you weak at all. Like because basically what you're saying is there was an injustice in like basically the world is out of balance, right? When injustice happens, it makes people feel like something's off, right? Like a wrong was done, and it needs to be made right. Because that's where you look at a guy like Frank Castle, who does delete people, but then Batman does not. But it's like they come from basically the same place, right? Daredevil, these characters, they're basically saying, no, the system is so corrupted, I'm taking it upon myself to go out there and be what this city or place or whatever needs.
Well, and that's why I would say the John Wick was not a revenge killing; it was a justice killing.
Yeah, justice for the helpless dog.
Yep.
Yeah, the innocent victim.
The innocent victim.
Because that's an arc too. Oftentimes, well, if you remember that Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, Collateral Damage, in that movie, his young son and his wife are killed in a terrorist bombing, and so he basically does the one-man army thing, and I forget which country it was, South America somewhere. But none of that was revenge killing.
Supposedly, it was supposed to be an Arab country, but a few Arabs crashed into certain buildings at a certain date.
Oops.
So that kind of...
Yeah, that movie was 2005, I want to say.
Yeah, but
Collateral
it
Damage?
was supposed to come out. It was supposed to come out September. It literally September of 2001.
Oof. Well, Drex, they did that to Metal Gear Solid 2 as well.
Solid, the scene at Federal Hall was different initially.
Yeah, because they actually had Kojima had actually rendered the scene of Arsenal gear crashing through the Twin Towers.
I didn't know that.
Then they changed that.
Wow.
A lot of things changed after 2001. They deleted
airport
they
security
deleted the towers from Spidey's his side mirror in one of the posters. They deleted the towers because they were on one of his spectacles or whatever on his costume.
Oh, yep.
Well, have you ever seen The Count of Monte Cristo?
I did.
Yes, I have.
Okay. So, that's a revenge story.
Mm-hmm.
And
Still
that was
justice to a degree also,
justice.
Though. Yeah. Because Montego, I mean, he got to... it's Edmund, right? Edmund got done so dirty.
Yeah.
Edmund Dantes, he got done so dirty by Montego. They're like, that was, and once again, the mentor figure, right? We don't talk. That always gets kind of reverberated, right, Meff? As like having that, because in Count of Monte Cristo, he learns all of these skills and everything
from the guy next door.
From the old man. Yep. Yeah. From the old man who's also imprisoned.
Yep.
Now, Drex, would you say Rambo Last Blood, would you say that was revenge or justice? Or at some point, did it stop being justice and start becoming revenge?
I still think that's more justice because you're dealing with someone who's doing this to multiple victims, right? Like, whereas a thug who just does, it's supposed to be like a robbery, and it turns into a sunsetting. That's one thing. When people start doing, you start talking about like cartels and people, getting involved in the sex trade and human trafficking. Now this is something that you have to say, no, we're going to put a stop to this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, the girl was sold out literally by her own family member.
Oh, yeah. No, and I think a lot of these films that we kind of consider revenge are justice quests.
Sometimes it can kind of be both, kind of what Meff was saying. I mean, there's certain unique circumstances based on what's going on in that particular story. But man, one title I want to ask you, you talk about, like you said, would be like a vigilante or whatever. What is the one type of like male strong character that like you think is like most absent in modern movies?
Where do I start? I don't know. I'd say most absent. I feel like a lot of them are very one direction. Like they're not very complex. There's nothing that is. It's all very surface level. And I'm trying to think of an example.
Well, you're thinking of that. I have an issue of where villains have gone. Every villain has to be relatable, Drex. They have to have some sort of tragic backstory, or, no one is just a legit sociopath anymore.
Yeah, No Country for Old Men and the Joker in The Dark Knight were two like the last true these people are evil.
Like, they want to watch the world burn. There's no method to the madness.
Yeah.
But that makes for a good villain because they're so unpredictable, right? If you're like Thanos is a good example of that kind of crap, right? Where he's like trying to achieve balance in the world. Mm-hmm. And, now there's this whole meme on the internet, Thanos was right.
Yeah, well, the one thing I will say about Thanos is that I remember taking my daughter and cousins to see Infinity War. If you look at the movie, though, he was unique because you could really make that movie, and Thanos is the protagonist. Whereas, a lot of times when a villain does something, it's truly evil. But with Thanos, you're like, I mean, I can't call Thanos in this particular movie. I can't call him evil because that's why they say he's right. We're seeing this now with the resources getting real tight, Meff, right? Man, I want to tell you, you know how this is. Cost of everything, right? Hyperinflation. A guy like Thanos, by modern definition, you could argue that would be the right thing to do, right? Like, hey man, we got too many damn people. Things are costing too much. We got violence. We got wokeism. We got all the problems in the world. It's time to scale back, and I'm willing to take all of the sacrifices on myself to achieve that goal.
I think his biggest problem was that he did it by random.
Correct.
He didn't. It nothing
kill all the lefties. No, I do think random is the just and most neutral way to go. I think he got that part correct because any term that you snap my fingers out of habit. What am I lost the word in my head, but anyways, any criteria you use to say who's in or who's out is totally subjective to the person snapping their fingers, right? So what Thanos has done is it said, no, it's going to be objective. And I gotta respect that. I do.
Yeah, well, I mean,
one could argue that he has like all the stones that would just be able to let him evaluate things a lot better. But it's just using my imagination.
I think at that point he just didn't care. Like in his mind, he's like, I achieved the goal, right? Something that's hard to do. And in that regards, I actually give Thanos credit. And the same with the heroes in our story, because at the end of the day, what you want to see is you want to see a clash and a struggle, right? I mean, this is the reason why I think Meff, we've talked about this. Why don't we like Mary Sue characters? Because there's no struggle, right?
There's no struggle. If there's nothing to overcome, there is no. It's like the spice of life. You can't eat bland food. You need a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and you need that heat. You need that heat in the food. Otherwise, you get fucking duds. Right?
Yeah. Critical Drinker talked about that a lot. That's what he was saying that like Captain Marvel, for example, you never see her struggle at all.
Never. No
in
struggle.
The entire movie. So it's like, okay, why do I care? I know she's gonna win. I already know exactly how the movie's gonna go.
Yep, she's OP.
Overcoming adversity is the reason movies exist. It is to watch a character overcome adversity, right? Like Drex, even someone as powerful as Superman, but there's still adversity protecting Lois Lane.
Yep.
Right? Avoiding civilian casualties, right? Being able to fight these, incredible monsters and people or other, other people of a species without hurting civilians, right? There are still things he has to overcome. In fact, there's so many damn bad Superman movies out there, but I think this one would have been.
Don't say Superman 3. Don't say Superman 3. Don't say Superman 3.
No.
Superman 3.
It was the 2014 one, I think. God.
What? Man of Steel?
Maybe, yeah, that one.
Where they destroyed the entire metropolis area without even thinking about it? Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't care anything about public safety in that one.
No, but there was the struggle of killing someone for the first time, which was...
with General Zod.
Yeah, General Zod.
I wasn't okay with that scene because it kind of broke the character to me. That movie itself was...
There's a lot wrong with that movie.
But
I will answer your question, and I'll also wrap this up too because we're on the borrowed time. But to answer your question about male characters that aren't really done very much anymore, I think it really all has to do with people that are writing the characters not really having a whole lot of world experience.
Yeah.
Because I watched this morning. Mike Judge. I didn't know this until today, but he has a physics degree. From UC San Diego, and I watched him give a speech to the graduates in 2009, and he was talking about how he was able to get into the entertainment business even though he had a physics degree and did a whole bunch of different jobs. And he went like job after job after job that kind of sucked, and he didn't really have any passion for it. And then found out that there was somebody in his town in Dallas that did animation, and then he started getting into it. And he said when he got into animation and started just toiling away at it, that was the most fun he had ever had in his life.
Well, I think it shows, right? Like in his work, Beavis and Butthead, King of the Hill, like was it Idiocracy?
King of the Hill's coming back, isn't it?
Space prophetic movie of all time, Idiocracy.
Yeah, Idiocracy is literally the standard. Like, no, it can't get that bad. And then, here we are.
Now, I heard King of the Hill's coming back.
They're bringing back Beavis and Butthead for a season or two. And Mike Judge said that the movie is like the launching pad for the next 2-3 seasons until he's fed up with them, basically. Yeah,
I actually enjoyed the Beavis and Butthead movie. I thought it was great.
I did
too.
yeah,
Beavis and Butthead Do America. I remember that came out.
Yeah. No,
that one
Do
and
America.
Do the Universe.
The Universe.
The new one. Watch it. It's not the greatest thing in the world, but it's going back to simple writing. And putting Beavis and Butthead in teenagers from the 90s, but what if they were in 2022 and still acting like teenagers from the 90s?
Well, they get canceled immediately.
It's a fun little experiment. Let's just say this.
They'd be permabanned from Twitter, within moments of landing.
I mean, they go into this college, right? It's not a big spoiler, right? They go into this college, they get into a course, and the teacher's like, oh, look at these guys. They have white privilege, and they don't know what it is. So they tell them, oh, white privilege is where you have all the power because your daddy bought you into this, and you can do whatever you want, and the police won't arrest you. And
they brought it back for one season in 2011, I think. And it was hilarious because instead of doing the riffs on the music videos, they were doing it on the shows on MTV.
Yeah, I do remember that.
It was hilarious because they were watching
I thought it was actually better.
Mom, and they're all like, oh, this chick's a terrible actor. They're like, oh, wait, I think this is real. He's like, oh, yeah, all right. So she's not a terrible actor. She's a terrible person.
Yeah, dude, I actually thought that worked better.
Hilarious.
Yeah. I thought it worked better because the music video. Here's the thing: people don't know when Beavis and Butthead was in its heyday. The music videos was the worst part. You just wanted the show. It was a distraction. You're like, oh, the music video part. But you wanted to always get back to the real show. I mean, they had a good banter here and there, but overall, the show was what you wanted.
Yep.
I don't know. I like the music video parts
really?
Because they were just making fun of them and just they were making their usual jokes on it, but they were also just kind of just poking fun at either the song or the musician. They had a Pantera one. And it just starts off where it's just this dude's dad must have kicked his ass. Watching him scream and yell. And I don't know, there's something funny about it. At least I found it funny. But going back to the Mike Judge, the point I was getting to about it was he was saying that, and it's so true. I'm sure anybody who's ever gone to art school or film school knows this, is that a lot of people who get into that industry are they come from upper class families that have money to put them through that kind of school and get an art major and stuff. And then they go straight into making movies or comics or whatever. And they don't really have a whole lot of world experience to write about. And when you have somebody that's making that type of thing that it does, the quality is just so much better. So I think that it's the ones that I see that are most absent are male characters for villains, ones that are legitimately scary, and or really, really competent, but also but also fearsome. And then I guess that would be the answer to that question. Just ones that are characters that are just written well. I think it's kind of hard to find writers.
Yeah, that's a bygone era now.
All right, Drex, we're gonna have to wrap this up there. Meff's got to get going.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see that Meff's got to roll. Yeah, but Man of One Time. Any last words?
Not really. Thanks for having me on the show. I do a Twitch stream under Man of One Title. The next one I'm going to do is tomorrow, and I'm going to do the Cuphead DLC with the mouse and keyboard. Wish me luck.
We will.
I feel sorry for you.
Don't rage quit.
Well,
don't rage quit.
I beat the first game that way, so I'm doing this DLC the exact same way. So
oh, nice.
That's
I don't know if you caught us on the arcade channel, but we were actually talking about like cheap deaths in video games, right? And the whole rage quit genre on YouTube. It's very popular.
I listened to it today. I'm like 4 hours. How much was it? 5 hours or something?
I don't think we went that long.
Oh man,
I'm like
Dark Souls has a whole
close to
section
finishing
on that.
it.
Yeah,
every single point I was like, "Fuck yeah!"
Because you felt it. You
naming
suffered.
stuff, right? You could feel the pain. But anyways,
yeah, you earned that. Oh my god! But man, Untitled, thanks for coming on. Meff, thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me on.
Sure.
Yeah, man.
We'll
for all
show
you
you
guys
both
out
out.
there. Yeah, go ahead and find some movies with real men that aren't fucking lame simps. But we're out, man. Peace, everybody.
Peace.
Peace, Drex. CMF, thanks for hanging out.
Right. Yeah, no worries. I didn't see if it went live on YouTube or something. Is it?
Yeah, something went weird because it's showing up as unlisted, but yet some people got notification. Like I've seen our regulars who are not in Discord, so they wouldn't have seen the link.
Yeah, I literally tweeted out, retweeted Drex, and people were like, "Where's the link?" It's like, I don't have the link. I don't see it.
I absolutely could have dropped it for you. You could have asked me. But
it doesn't
I know
matter.
we're still live, Callie.
We were like 3 hours in when I checked Twitter.
I know.
Yeah. I know we're still live. All right.
But
thanks. If you're doing any show on like a Friday afternoon, would be better for me. Otherwise, I'll see you when I see you.
Sounds good. See ya.